Okay, so we can start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I must apologize. You know how it normally happens when you have such engagements, especially if they are hybrid, you come across challenges. So it was one of those situations even now. We apologize for starting late. But I guess we are not late. One of our speakers has asked to be excused. There's an emergency back home. So the first speaker will not be joining us. I think that will save us a bit of time. So, God, this is too long. I'm very short. Okay, I think that works. I think that works. So, this session is titled Strengthening Africa's Food Systems, a very interesting session, I must say. And it is very timely because it comes at a time when we just learned that we are expecting population growth by 2050, and Africa is going to be one of the continents that are going to be experiencing exponential growth. So the question then is, how do we go about in trying to strengthen our food systems? And our presenters today are going to try and shed light based on the work that they do in trying to really paint a clearer picture on how we can go about in strengthening our food systems. So we will be diving into critical discussions centered on innovative strategies that can enhance our food systems, addressing both current and future challenges. Like I've just said, our presenters are going to bring forth insights into the role of technology, indigenous knowledge, and climate-smart practices that could shape a resilient and sustainable food future for Africa. So two main themes are going to be our focus today. First, which will be delivered by Dr. Ethel Peary from the Stellenbosch University, who will be talking about indigenous knowledge, who will actually talk about indigenous foods, I assume. So the title is Leveraging Indigenous Knowledge to Address Food Security in Africa. Then we will have Dr. Selom Doflo, who actually comes all the way from the University of Ghana, and his title is Climate Smart Agriculture for Food Security, Technologies for Smallholder Agriculture in South Africa. A warning to our speakers, I had a conversation with one of our scholars here at the Nelson Mandela University yesterday, and we were talking about food systems. And what she said during our brief interaction was, I actually get frustrated when people talk about food systems, but they don't really tell you which part of the food systems they make their contribution in. So I'm hoping that you will paint a clearer picture on what really is, on what really food systems is, because oftentimes we just say food systems and not paint a clear picture on what it means. I guess the definition there will be very important. Now, with that said, I'm going to invite Dr. Ethel Peary to the stage. Thank you.
I need to have this thing taken off the... Can somebody assist me here? I don't know what this is. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the introduction, Dr. Q, as you've previously introduced yourself to myself. So this morning, I'm going to be talking about leveraging indigenous knowledge to address food insecurity in Africa, and particularly focusing on the role of indigenous crops. So unfortunately, my presentation does not cover the definition of food systems, because I'm assuming that our audience, being here, are very much interested in this session, would know what food systems are. And it's actually quite a broad topic to talk about. My research focus, when I talk about food systems, is the linkage between social, economic, and environmental aspects associated with food systems. So as Dr. Q already mentioned, the world population is said to have reached 8 billion people in November 2022, and according to the United Nations predictions, this rise in population is expected to continue and reach nearly 10 billion people by 2050. And Africa is going to be one of the continents that's going to be more populous. So in fact, it's expected that Asia will start to decrease in population, whereas Africa is going to increase. And with this growth in population, it is predicted that at the rate of the population growth, we will need at least 1.7 Earths to support the human population's needs. In fact, it is estimated that we will require to increase our food production by 70% to meet the growing population's food demands. However, it is important to note that with the increase in urbanization, there will be fewer farms to produce less food, because there will, more food rather, because there will be fewer people to work on farms because of the increased urbanization. This combination of increased food demands and reduced agricultural capacity can severely impact food security, making it difficult to ensure that the growing population has access to nutritious and sufficient food. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, food security is a situation in which all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient and safe, nutritious food to meet their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy lifestyle. This common definition of food security rests on 4 dimensions, which are the physical availability of food, economic and physical access to food, food utilization, which determines people's nutritional status, and the stability of the other 3 dimensions over time. And now I will get back to this, these 4 dimensions later on in the presentation. The FAO's definition of food security directly aligns with Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which aims to end hunger, achieve food security and improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture. This goal aims to eradicate hunger and malnutrition by 2030. On the other hand, the African Union's Malabo Declaration also aligns with the FAO's definition for food security by setting the ambitious goal of transforming agriculture and achieving food security across Africa by 2025. And as we know, this is next year. Aligning with SDG 2, the Malabo Declaration reinforces Africa's commitment to ending hunger and achieving food security, recognizing that these goals are critical for the continent's sustainable development and prosperity. However, as of the latest reports, Africa is facing significant challenges in meeting both the Malabo Declaration and SDG 2 by their respective deadlines of 2025 and 2030. The most recent estimates show that nearly 20% of the African population faced hunger in 2023, an increase of 65 million since the COVID-19 pandemic began. about 868 million people were moderately or severely food insecure, with more than a third of them, 342 million, being severely food insecure, meaning that they did not have access to adequate food. According to the 2024 State of Food and Nutrition Report, Africa and other parts of the developing world faces significant food security challenges due to factors like climate change, economic instability, population growth, as well as rapid urbanization, gender inequality, and natural disasters, amongst others. More often than not, conventional agricultural methods fail to address these issues sustainably. It has therefore been suggested that in order to be food secure, we need to develop our own food systems that incorporate indigenous knowledge systems. It is acknowledged that to enhance food security in Africa, we must focus on building resilient and productive food systems that can withstand the aforementioned environmental and social challenges. This involves developing localized food systems that are tailored to the region's specific needs, embracing and revitalizing traditional and indigenous food practices, and integrating sustainable practices to ensure long-term viability and resilience. Indigenous knowledge represents the collective wisdom, practices, and skills developed by local communities over centuries. This knowledge is deeply rooted in understanding the local environment and is passed down from generation to generation. In Africa, indigenous knowledge plays a vital role in enhancing food systems and food security, as it provides culturally relevant and sustainable solutions for agricultural challenges. Indigenous knowledge offers a rich repository of wisdom and practices that can significantly contribute to transforming modern food systems. By integrating this knowledge with contemporary agricultural practices and policies, we can promote sustainability, resilience and nutrition, cultural diversity, and food sovereignty. Transforming food systems in Africa requires a multifaceted approach that addresses both resilience and food production system and diversity of our diets. Developing a more resilient food production system involves adapting to climate change practices and promoting indigenous crops. And at the same time, increasing dietary diversity involves promoting nutrient-rich crops by leveraging indigenous food systems. The success of leveraging indigenous food systems to increase dietary diversity is contingent on local knowledge, cultural acceptance, and perceived value of indigenous foods. Underutilized crops, nurtured and preserved by indigenous communities, hold the potential to address some of the most pressing challenges facing global food systems currently. But why is there a need to transform our food systems? Simply put, the current food system is not sustainable. Over 95% of the world's population depends on fewer than 30 plant species to fulfill their nutritional requirements, with rice, maize, and wheat collectively constituting 2/3 of this figure. As illustrated in this image here, a significant 75% of our daily caloric intake is derived from a relatively limited selection of 12 plants and 5 animal species. This striking reality highlights the urgent need to diversify our food sources, promoting the consumption of a wider range of nutritious crops. So I would like to focus on these other crops which are indicated on the pie chart. So you can see, as I mentioned in the previous slide, that wheat, rice, and maize make up the bulk of our food system, but the other crops then constitute those indigenous crops. So can any of you identify any of these crops? Okra, yes. Somebody else said yes. Pardon? Imbuya, yes. Amaranth. Mm. Do you mind closing the door? Oh. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry about that. But there's a variety of crops that we have on the African continent, and some of them are indigenous and traditional crops that have been used by our parents, great-greats, grandparents for thousands of years, actually. And these reflect the adaptability of the African agriculture and its wide range of climatic conditions. So why are indigenous crops underutilized and indigenous knowledge marginalized? There are several reasons for this. Sorry, I just want to check where the mouse is. Okay, so there's limited awareness on benefits of potential of indigenous crops and indigenous knowledge, leading to underappreciation and underutilization. There is also a lack of formal education and training on indigenous crops and practices, and there's a marginalization of these crops in mainstream agriculture and nutritional strategies. There is often insufficient research and development to support indigenous crops, resulting in lack of technical knowledge, infrastructure to promote their cultivation and use. The erosion of traditional cultures and knowledge systems, often due to globalization and modernization, leads to the loss and undervaluation of indigenous practices and crops. Also, modern agricultural systems and markets often prioritize high-yielding and seemingly more commercially viable crops over indigenous varieties, which are sometimes seen as less profitable. Agricultural policies and institutions frequently favor conventional crops and modern farming practices, marginalizing indigenous knowledge and practices. Then there's limited access to resources and financial support for farmers growing indigenous crops, which can hinder their widespread adoption and utilization. So indigenous crops are often seen as poor man's food, and also this is something that makes farmers reluctant to actually cultivate them because they see them as having low return on investment. However, by contributing directly to several sustainable development goals, indigenous crops and indigenous knowledge can play a pivotal role in promoting sustainable and resilient food systems. They contribute to no poverty by providing income opportunities for smallholder farmers and indigenous communities, helping to diversify livelihoods and enhance local economies, particularly in rural areas. Zero hunger, through their high nutritional value and ability to thrive in challenging environments, thereby improving food availability and reducing hunger and malnutrition. Good health and well-being by offering essential and vitamins and nutrients that combat malnutrition and diet-related diseases. We all know that our diets are leading to a lot of non-communicable diseases such as diabetes, heart disease, amongst others. And then responsible consumption and production by supporting sustainable agricultural practices with fewer inputs and thereby reducing environmental impact. Climate action by increasing food systems resilience to climate change, with many crops being with many indigenous crops being drought tolerant and adaptable to various conditions. And then finally, life on land by preserving biodiversity and maintaining genetic diversity, which is crucial for ecological resilience and sustainability. Indigenous crops, when combined with indigenous knowledge, can effectively address the FAO's 4 dimensions of food security. In terms of food availability, indigenous crops can enhance food availability by diversifying production and providing crops that are well suited to local conditions. This helps to increase the overall supply of food and reduce the dependence on external sources. Regarding food access, indigenous crops improve food access by enhancing the availability in rural and marginalized communities, guiding effective farming practices through indigenous knowledge, reducing dependence on imports, stabilizing food prices, and being more affordable due to the lower input costs and adaptability. When it comes to food utilization, indigenous crops offer high nutritional value and are often adapted to local diets, which can improve the utilization of food. Indigenous knowledge in preparation and consumption enhances the nutritional benefits of these crops, addressing issues of malnutrition and diet-related health problems. And finally, when looking at stability, by being resilient to local environmental conditions and climate variations, indigenous crops contribute to the stability of food systems. Indigenous knowledge on crop management, preservation, in maintenance, and preservation helps in maintaining stable food supplies, even in the face of climate change or economic fluctuations. Recognizing the value of indigenous knowledge in achieving food security goals requires supportive policies that protect indigenous knowledge systems, promote indigenous rights, and integrate perspectives into national and international food security strategies. The integration of indigenous practices with modern agricultural techniques can lead to more resilient farming systems, better adaptation to climate change, and the preservation of biodiversity, all of which are crucial for sustaining food production and for cultivation inclusive sustainable development in the region. However, incorporating indigenous knowledge into modern food system also involves acknowledging and addressing historical injustices such as the marginalization of indigenous peoples and the erosion of their indigenous knowledge. As Pereira concluded in 2021, the re-inclusion of indigenous crops as alternative staple foods could not only diversify diets, but also go some way to breaking colonially embedded stereotypes of what constitutes aspirational food. Thank you.
Okay, so how we are going to do it is after each speaker will actually, we will take the Q&A after all the speakers have presented to allow for a conversation in the room. So Dr. Piri, you can rest a bit, prepare yourself for those questions. I know I've got tons. I know that others do have as well. So the next speaker is Dr. Selom Doplo, who comes from the University of Ghana. Now, there's 2 theories that I particularly like that speak into what we are talking about today, particularly the 2 presentations that we are having. The first theorist, both of them, by the way, talk about food, or rather population growth in the context of food. The first theorist is Malthus, and Malthus says, as population grows, people are going to run out of space, people are going to run out of resources, and eventually people are going to fail to produce their own food and they're going to die. And then the second theorist, Esther Bosrab, says, actually, what we've accepted for so many years as scientists from Malthus is actually not true. Because as population grows, people are going to become more and more innovative. We're going to see people adopting technologies, and we're going to see people actually producing in abundance. And our state of food security isn't going to be threatened. And so our next speaker is actually going to take us to what Esther says. And he will be talking to us about technologies. His title is actually titled Climate Smart Agriculture for Food Security, Technologies for Smallholder Agriculture in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to give this presentation. Just trying to load up the slide. Thank you. So as we've heard already, the first speaker spoke about food security, indigenous crops and all, and most of the things that were said just lays the background for what I'm about to present. And my presentation, for my presentation, I would give a general introduction, and because of the first presentation, I'll just go through that swiftly, then focus on some of the sample technologies that use scenarios that I have to present, and then give a general conclusion. So as we've seen already, we've seen the food security definition and the four main pillars on which food security resides. Now, there is this idea of climate smart agriculture, and the main issue is, what does climate smart agriculture try to achieve? So in practicing climate smart agriculture, you mostly want to ensure increased sustainable productivity. You want to strengthen farmers' resilience, and also reduce the greenhouse emission from farmers' production, and then also engage in some form of carbon sequestration. Now, in doing all this, my focus is also on smallholder farmers as well. Now, in agricultural production generally, most of the activities that we engage in are labor intensive. So if we have to introduce technology into agriculture, it means we are trying to ensure that we introduce technology such that it will ensure that the sustainability of production for the farmer, strengthen their resilience, reduce the greenhouse gas emissions as well. So how does this technology integration into the production really look like? So this is taken from FAO document on sustainable mechanization for Africa. Now, we have 7 stages within the value chain in which you can introduce technology into the production. And that's the initial production stage, which includes when you get onto the field, you till your land, you do all the land preparation and all the other activities. Then you have the harvesting stage of your production. At that stage also, you have the chance of introducing technologies into your production at that point. Then, just after harvesting, you have the post-harvest handling stage. And that is another stage in which you introduce different forms of machinery to help the farmer ensure that whatever crop or produce it is that they've harvested, you maintain the quality of the produce till it gets to the final consumer. And all that involves you looking at the storage of the crop as well, and then the processing also. Now, processing involves different forms of handling the crop. You could do size reduction, you could change it into different products and all that includes different forms of introduction of machinery. Then we have packaging as well. Packaging plays a big role in how we perceive the crops or the products that gets delivered to us. So that's another point in which you can introduce technology. And then the final point is transportation. after going through all these stages, if you don't transport your products carefully, you might end up delivering the destroyed products to the end user, and that will devalue whatever product it is. And one of the main things that you are doing in all this is to ensure that you increase the economic value of your product. And that brings to the point of sustainable machinery or mechanization into agriculture. And when you are doing that, what you're actually trying to do is that you want to introduce machinery in these 7 stages of production to ensure that it is economical for the farmer. So when they use the machine, they have economical gains. Then at the end also, they must be environmentally sustainable. And then it should be socioculturally acceptable in whatever community you introduce it into for it to smoothly be accepted. Now, I want to give some sample case studies of introducing machinery into production and then how the process goes about. So the first scenario is a smallholder production case study, and here we are looking at rice production. Now, most often when we talk about machinery, we are looking at bringing tractors, huge machines into production. But then for smallholder farmers, this can be overly too expensive for them to engage in. So the idea is to introduce small-scale, appropriate machinery to the farmers. So this particular study tried to do that. So what does the package or the proposal include? You have two-wheel or power tillers that are appropriate for land preparation introduced to the smallholder farmers for them to be able to till their land or do land preparation appropriately. Then you have a seeder, which it's a form of a planter. So the farmer can easily use this to cultivate their field without having to use the manual methods, overly manual method that they are using before. Then at the end also, you have a small or mini combine which can help them in harvesting their product. This particular scenario is dealing with smallholder rice production. So this package makes it that the farmer can effectively mechanize all the stages of their production up to harvesting their crop. Now, for this scenario, we actually, this is the study site that we did the study and engage with the farmers in the community to see how they use the machinery and all. Now, as I mentioned earlier, for machinery introduction into production to be sustainable, it has to be economical as much as you are trying to make sure it's environmentally friendly and culturally acceptable. So then, how does the economic aspect look like? So we did a bundle of machinery for the farmers. The power tiller that we saw, the planting drum seeder that we also spoke about, and then the harvesting machinery. We totaled all the costs involved in production. And that just goes a little below $7,000 for the full package to effectively mechanize the production. Now, the question is, will the farmer be able to put up $7,000 at the beginning of the season to just buy all this equipment at a go? That is not feasible. So then we look at the rate of return on this and then begin to see what other options of ownership is there. If a farmer is wealthy enough, they can buy this and then go. But then we look at another scenario where the farmers come together as a cooperative. But then we have to look at what's the total capacity of the machine and how many farmers can it service within a season. And we realize that if we put 20 farmers into a group, it can effectively work. And what does that mean? It means the farmer just have to put up below $400 to be able to fully mechanize their production for that particular season. Now, the extensive work shows that within the 3rd year of production, they start making profit on whatever money they invest in that production. And then this looks at the technological aspect of it. But then there are other questions that need to be answered. What are the social relationships that would prevent such a system from working? Because if you have 20 farmers in a cooperative working together, the farmers have friends, they have brothers, sisters. Will they also get to use the machine? And what does that figure well for the maintenance of the machinery? So I would, going forward, I will come back to discuss that further. So I want to talk about the next other scenario that I want to discuss. So we've looked at production. Now I also want to give a scenario of processing. Now in this particular scenario, we are looking at palm oil, and we are trying to look at how can technology be introduced into small-scale processing to ensure that it's environmentally friendly or improves the production. And that was done for palm oil processing. And if you don't know what palm oil is an oil that is extracted from palm fruits. So you take the fruits, you boil them, pound them, and then add water, extract the juice. Then that liquor is boiled, and then you extract your palm oil. Now, what we realize with this process is that at the end of the process, the women actually produce a lot of biomass, which is just left at the processing sites. So then that biomass can actually be used as fuel to ensure that the unsustainable fuel sources they use in their production is removed, thereby leading to a climate-smart or climate-friendly solution for that processing situation. So such a solution, so this is hitherto how the processing sites normally look, with heaps of the palm product shown below, and then with the women engulfed in the smoke doing their processing. So after going into the community and developing the solution, this is the final product we came up with. And it was a carbon neutral stove, which used up the biomass that the community, they were living there hitherto, to now power up their stoves, which means they don't have to now go and buy firewood, which will lead to deforestation and all. So this shows how you can provide a technological solution that creates also climate effects, good effects for the climate, whilst improving the production for the local community. Now, going back to the earlier scenario that I painted, all these technologies that I just showed, you realize those are the technical solutions to the problems that we are trying to solve. But then, it's not just as easy as go give farmers technology and they adopt it. With the technology itself, there are a lot of stakeholders that need to be involved for you to have efficient use or efficient scenarios for that. So we also tried to do a stakeholder mapping to see who engages with the smallholder farmer. How do they engage with them? What type of relationships do they have? And which of these relationships should we improve upon to ensure efficient use or use scenarios for the farmers? So for this particular graph, you realize that there are strong linkages already between the smallholder farmers and the sales points where they buy their equipment and the operators that help them in the community. But then there are non-existent linkages, or there are no strong linkages between how research directly fits from the sales to the farmer. So if you can improve upon such interactions, then you begin to have better or efficient use of your machinery scenarios. For example, if we deploy the case study shown for the first scenario, where you have a full complement of machinery, the farmers will need operators to be able to come to their fields to use the machinery. But then if there is any breakdown on the field, they should be able to quickly access the sales point to get the spare parts they need to effectively repair their machinery. Now, that will not exist in a vacuum. There has to be government policies that ensure that those salespeople have all those parts they need and all those other aspects. So there needs to be strong linkages at those aspects of the stakeholder engagement. So the recent study we are doing is to see how can we effectively develop a multi-stakeholder platform for all these actors to be able to come together and effectively dialogue to continuously continue using or promoting effective machinery use within the communities. Now, one of the success stories of this engagement was initially operators were always talking about there not being spare parts within the country for their machinery use. But then when this dialogue was organized, you realize that actually where they go to get the machinery from the government on subsidy, and they expect to find the spare parts at that same point. So once they go there and they don't get the spare parts, they have this idea that there are no spare parts. But within that dialogue where there was the government official, there was the sales personnel operators, we got to realize that the government actually have outsourced the spare parts to salespeople. So if only they knew these specific sales outlets, they could easily have access to their spare parts. So that's one way this multi-stakeholder platform can help in ensuring effective utilization of machinery. And the improvement upon this can help further. So in the nutshell, what I want to drive home is that for climate-smart agriculture, we actually require locally developed technologies and innovative stakeholder engagement to ensure sustainable transformation of smallholder agriculture. And the reason why I'm stressing on the locally developed is not just to say homegrown, but then there is this idea about if you're able to clearly define the problems within your community, then you develop solutions that fit, and it's like a tailor-made solution for that particular problem you have in that community. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Doflo. Maybe the two of you should join me on stage as we now step into a conversation. I know that our audience has questions for you, and I know you still want to engage them. Okay, so because I'm a lecturer in this university, by the way, I think I did the most terrible thing. I forgot to introduce myself. I just assumed that everybody knows me. The name is Qinisani Kwabe. I come from the Department of Agricultural Sciences in this institution. Because I'm a lecturer, I'm going to ask this question, and I'm particularly happy because I've got my honors students here, and we spoke about food systems. I want to know, I'm not going to open this discussion session before we get a definition of what food systems really is. We can't talk about something that we haven't defined. What is food systems? What's our understanding of food systems, please? I'm sorry to take you to class. I know you haven't been in class in a very long time. There's a mic coming for you, sir.
Sorry. Food systems is a process, a process or a system that encompasses the production, the distribution, the packaging, and the consumption of agricultural goods, I would say. Just a short summary.
Okay, I'll give an opportunity to somebody else. Thank you for the attempt. Please, what do we talk about when we speak about food systems?
Hello, thank you for the question. I will define a food system as all the components and processes that are required to produce food, handle food, and also take it to consumption. So from production all the way to the end users.
Okay, I'll take that. Can I get one last more? Five, four, three, two, one. I'll go to our speakers. Help us. Are we adopting, are we taking the two definitions that we've gotten?
In my opinion, yes. It's a series of interconnected and integrated components that, from production, as both our, your honors students, or I don't know if they're both your honors students, if what both of them said, it's a system of interconnectedness between from production to consumption. So I agree with them.
Okay. Dr. Doflo, do you agree?
Yes, I agree with the same. The fact that you have the interconnectedness and it being a complex system on its own, that's what the food system is, yes.
Okay, so we are going with the definition that the two gentlemen gave us. Thank you very much. There's a hand up.
But just to add, I always like to simplify that it's everything and anything that is involved in the production of food from the farm to the waste, because we always forget about the waste part, because it's also part of the food system. So when we say everything and anything, we are also part of the food systems as human beings. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. So I want to take this opportunity, and I think this is now yours. The stage is yours, even though you're on the other side. I would like us to engage our presenters. Maybe just to remind you, the first presenter who spoke about leveraging indigenous knowledge to address food insecurity in Africa was Dr. Piri, who is on the far right. So her presentation highlighted how indigenous agricultural practices can play a vital role in food security, for starters. And I think what came strong in her presentation was that Africa's rich heritage, so to say, of indigenous knowledge offers climate resilient agricultural practices that preserve biodiversity and promote sustainable farming. So she was essentially saying that we need to recognize our indigenous crops. We need to go back to where we used to be back in the day if we want to create this food system that we so boldly speak about, especially in this setting, as we say, we are trying to strengthen food systems. So I'm not sure if there are any questions for Dr. Piri. It seems like there are. But we also had Dr. Doflo, who just went off stage now, whose research looks into climate-smart agriculture for food security. And he shared with us the importance of technologies in the context of small-scale farming in Africa. Again, if there are any questions for Dr. Doflo, I will be taking those.
Thank you. I think I do. I do have questions for our doctors there. The first question I have for Dr. Piri is, what is the major advantage of indigenous the current crops that we have in terms of environmental impact? The second question that I have on the second presentation is, how do we ensure food safety through the agricultural value chain? Because I think as much as we had many components along the value chain, from plowing, food handling, all the way to transportation, we need to also worry about food safety in the process. Thank you.
Okay. We do have a hand this side. I will take 4 hands for now. You can go to the gentleman in the back. Oh, okay. Yes. Sorry, I didn't see.
I've also got 2 questions for the doctors. Clearly, climate change has delayed the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Are there any measures to help, or are we on track, which I doubt we're on track, but are there any measures put into place to help at least get closer to the 2030 development goals, as we've got a lot of delays to that? And another question for you, Doc, is that in the Eastern Cape, we've got about 23% of smallholder farmers in the Eastern Cape. And I believe that it is the duty of Department of Agriculture. It is the duty of extension officers to educate the smallholder farmers. But we've got a problem. A study that I read, I think it was done in 2018, 8 out of 10 extension officers haven't got a clue what's going on. So now, how do we go about the process? Do we start educating? Do we first educate our extension officers, or do we just go about and ask the commercial farmers who know what to do to educate the smallholder farmers about the technologies in agriculture? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, both doctors. My first question goes to both of you. We know our region has a lot of good policy on papers, and we have some sort of good programs on papers, but there is no implementation when it comes to those policies. I just want to check on your side, what have you seen and what is being done on the ground when it comes to trying to address the issue of food insecurity and also try to balance the food system without trying to damage anything. The other question goes to the doctor from Stellenbosch. We have seen a lot of people talking about indigenous crops, but there's a lot of stigma that is being attached towards those crops, particularly when it comes to yield. And what we can do, what can we do in order to try, by all means, to convince government and also the stakeholders like private sector, try to ensure that they are investing in those indigenous crops, so that we can also maintain our heritage through those indigenous crops?
Okay, so I will stop there for now. We've got 6 questions. By the way, the gentleman that just asked a question on how we can convince our policymakers to action what we talk about, we have a planning workshop on indigenous food crops tomorrow. It is themed around integrating indigenous food crops into the national policy and the national strategies. It would be nice if we could have many of you joining that session. Please be on the lookout. It's starting at 8:30 and it will end at 4. It's running the entire day. So I'm going to hand over to my speakers. Dr. Piri, I'm going to start with you, please.
Would you like each question or all the questions at once?
You can answer the questions that were directed to you, and Dr. Doflo will follow in the same pattern.
Okay. The first question was related to environmental impact of indigenous crops. So I think most of us do know that indigenous crops are adapted to the environment and the climate of the African continent. And currently with the increased urbanization, we are actually displacing our natural resources. So the current conventional crops, which I mentioned, especially rice and wheat and maize, and in South Africa we produce a lot of maize and we also produce a lot of wheat. So the current agricultural practices are actually the conventional current natural, agricultural practices tend to be promoting monoculturing of crops, and that negatively impacts the environment. So with indigenous knowledge together with indigenous crops, we know that farmers tend to do crop rotations, they take care of the soil, and I would say that they have less environmental impact compared to our current agricultural practices. And then the next question was around climate change and how it has impacted reaching SDGs. Reaching SDGs, particularly, I suppose, zero hunger and no poverty. So climate change is one of the factors that does influence our food production. But remember that there's also conflicts, especially in the African continent and most of the developing world. And there are pandemics, and I'm not talking about pandemics like COVID. There are also agricultural pandemics. And for example, I'll give you an example on the fall armyworm, which affects maize specifically. So most of you probably know that maize is not indigenous to the African continent. It comes from South America. And its production on the African continent, especially the northern parts of the continent, we are using GM maize. Also in South Africa, we are using some GM maize, genetically modified maize. And what happened around 2015, 16, 17 is that parts of the African continent was affected by the fall armyworm. And what we know is that maize was engineered to be resistant to this fall armyworm. But this fall armyworm migrated from South America, where it is the natural enemy of maize, and came into Africa and nearly wiped out the maize production on the continent. But with indigenous crops and indigenous knowledge systems, we know how to cultivate the crops. The crops are more resistant to diseases and pests. And so as much as climate change has an impact on reaching the SDGs, I think that we need to focus more on how our own crops can help us to reach SDGs of zero hunger and no poverty. So how can we convince government to promote indigenous crops? And I think that also ties in with the third question, which was about policies in food security. So around 2014 to 2016, the government of South Africa came up with policies to promote indigenous and underutilized crops. They identified some crops that are important in the different provinces. And you're right, there is a big disconnect between government policies and what is actually being actioned. We know that crops like sorghum have been advocated for to be added to the zero VAT products of agricultural products, just like eggs, maize, vegetables, fruits and vegetables are. But there's a lot of resistance from government itself. Although they have these policies, there's resistance to put products like sorghum as zero rated VAT. So for me as a researcher, I believe that we need to have more evidence, especially to connect research and policy. But there's also, I feel that as a researcher, there's a barrier in reaching government. So we need more middlemen to be able to translate the research into policy. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the questions. So the first question was on food safety. And so in terms of engineering or design perspectives, one of the ways that you ensure food safety is that there are food-grade metals or that you have to use in the design of whatever products you want to handle when you are looking at processing, and you have to follow those. And also, in the design or fabrication of all this technology that you use in handling all these food products, there are standards that you have to follow. And it's very important that these standards are adhered to. Hence, within whatever locality that you have these things going on, you must have a strong standards authority that would check with how these standards are followed. Then you can achieve that level of food safety within the processing space. So that's how I would respond to that. For the second question that has to do with the smallholder farmers and the extension service, it's true. That's a very important aspect of ensuring that smallholder farmers adopt and use technology within the communities. Now, one of the other aspects is that most extension agents are actually trained to be provide agronomic solutions to the farmers. So if you want them to also provide technology solutions, then you must train them as well. So it's important that we train the extension officers to have the skills that we want them to impact for the smallholder farmers. An example, so for our study, we actually made a proposal and developed a policy document which we are saying training of agricultural mechanization extension agents, where the extension agents within the community are trained to have skills in mechanization or machinery introduction to smallholder farmers and thereby assist them. And in terms of the literacy levels, I think one of the ways that you can bridge that gap is having research that tries to adopt methods that have good science communication, barrier breaking methods. So if you have your knowledge in a way that you feel this community, they need it in this form of language or this kind of mode, it could be short videos, it could be community meetings where you explain to them. So those can actually help to break that barrier. So that's what I'll propose for such a problem. Yeah. The third question has to do with how to ensure machinery is brought into communities. You know, most countries, this problem is mostly solved by governments doing a lot of procurement. They try to buy machines every time to solve this problem. But then that doesn't every time solve the problem. because you need to have a structure in place and you need to have working models and people willing to participate. So for such models, this idea of a public-private partnerships, those can really help in ensuring that you deliver the right machinery to the right community, because the private person within the community will almost always have a business case before beginning to engage in that activity. And then if it's met with good government policies, you can always bridge that gap of machinery into the community. Thank you.
Okay. I do have a question myself. Maybe I'll hold back a bit. But I want us to be very honest with ourselves. So we are all indigenous people. We are the children of the soil. You see now, technology. We are the children of the soil. So I come from an indigenous community where indigenous crops, Dr. Piri, are actually mainly grown. I saw a picture of amadumbe there. I love amadumbe. In fact, I don't think I would survive without amadumbe for more than 3 weeks. So I was raised by grandparents, and almost every year, my grandmother would complain and say, you know, we don't have water. Drought kept on worsening as years progressed. And she would complain and say that my harvest is not good because of drought. My harvest is not good because of drought. Her Bambara wasn't doing well because of pests. But then, oftentimes when we talk about indigenous crops, we flag them as superfoods who can withstand these many challenges that our non-indigenous crops can withstand. Are they really as superior to their non-indigenous counterparts?
First of all, I do not agree with the whole superfood movement because it makes indigenous crops less accessible because they become expensive for the indigenous people that are growing them. In my research, I also look at socio-cultural importance of indigenous crops. And when speaking to people, there are some cultural taboos, for example, around Bambara groundnut, in Limpopo specifically, where you need to grow Bambara groundnut at a certain time of the year. And that is a hindrance to the crop's survival, because with climate change, you cannot say that, okay, we need to plant it in January just after the heavy rains, because you need to plant it just after the heavy rains, which are now occurring later and later in the year. So with plants being susceptible to climate change also makes them susceptible to diseases and pests. So if the plant is not healthy, it doesn't have enough resources, it will obviously attract pests and also be diseased. So as I mentioned in my presentation, yes, these crops are more resilient to our climate and environmental conditions, but we need to make sure that when we cultivate them at the right time with the right agronomic practices, as my fellow speaker also mentioned. So there's a lack of information that is associated with the cultivation of indigenous crops, whether it is around the socio-cultural aspects of it, on how the indigenous or local people cultivate them, or how to commercially cultivate them. You walk into a supermarket, you buy a packet of tomato seed. At the back, it tells you that it needs to be grown in semi-shade with this much water, what time of the year, and there's constant research being conducted. But in terms of indigenous crops, there's limited information associated with the cultivation and really proving that they are less susceptible to climate change. Yeah.
Thank you, Doc. I actually have a problem with those levels that you just referred to, but we'll talk about it outside. I see we've got a question. I'm gonna take the second round. I'm noting. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Dr. Susie Munialo from University of Pretoria. And thank you so much, Dr. Ethel and Dr. Dolvo, for the insightful presentation. Dr. Ethel, my research work is on indigenous crops, so when you were presenting, I felt so much at home, and I think we'll have a chat after this. Yeah, so my question is maybe a question or a comment. Yeah, but I think it's a question. So, like when you look at these indigenous food crops, there seems to be a lot being done when you look at research, when you even look at practice, and when you look at policy. Like institutions at different level, globally, continentally, even nationally, seem to be doing something around these crops, but it looks like they're just bits and pieces. So, and in that way, it doesn't give us that kind of like a depth and breadth for us to kind of want to increase their production, commercialization, and utilization as much as we want to, because they just scattered information here and there. But when you look at a crop like maize, there seem to be standardized practices, standardized things around that when you look from a global level, they seem to be adapted up to a local level. So how do we put this puzzle together so that we kind of talking the same language or having one voice around these crops? And to Dr. Salom, so I really like that model of sustainable innovations on smallholder farms. So is there kind of some write-up or some documentation around that can be scaled up, for example, in other communities or other places in Africa? Because I think it's really something nice that if other communities could also take up, it could help solve some of the problems they experiences. So is there kind of maybe some documentation around that on how you went about everything from that you could be published even in magazines or even local kind of channels that communities can take up such innovations? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, colleagues. The name is Dr. Tsepiso Ndlovu from the University of Mpumalanga. Mine is just to comment the work, because I'm also interested in indigenous knowledge systems. But then when they were presenting about indigenous crops and so forth, one thing just struck my mind to say that in previous years, we were talking about eradicating hunger in 2025. Then now we are talking about eradicating hunger or poverty in 2030. Beyond 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals, then we are heading to Agenda 2063. So you see, we are always prolonging, the efficiency of improving indigenous knowledge or indigenous crops to be in the mainstream. The other thing that we lack, it's, let me say, a backbone to say that we want these indigenous products to be commercialized. We've done research, guys. For many years, we've been doing research, talking the same thing. I'll check most of the recommendations that we make in terms of indigenous crops and so forth. They are likely to be the same. Yet, but then in terms of the implementation, you find that it's fragmented. So I don't know how can we try to integrate this system to be in the same level that we can try to remove this stigma that we have. We are talking about 2025, we are moving to 2030. Now we'll be talking about Agenda 2063 without, balancing or showing what we have done throughout this particular years in terms of mainstreaming this indigenous crop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ethel and Dr. Dovlo, for the nice presentations. I might sound like the devil's advocate a bit. I'll just take you to Q's question, when he was describing about how his grandmother at some point would say, this is not growing well. So I always enjoy the discussions around indigenous crops. I'm an animal scientist. And there's always one thing that I always ask myself, are we not jumping the gun with the indigenous crops? Always, like if we look at what happened with the Green Revolution, everyone is excited about increasing production. The Green Revolution was that. But now we're trying to fix problems that were caused by that Green Revolution. Won't we find ourselves 30 years down the line, 50 years down the line, trying to solve problems that would have been caused by indigenous crops? So are we already trying to look at things holistically, like taking a very systems approach to look at some of the negatives of these indigenous crops, to already prepare ourselves and have strategies to mitigate those things as we progress to advocate for these? Because I really don't believe that they can be 100% good. Maybe they are, but are we also something to reflect on? Maybe that is the reason why the policies are not being implemented. I don't know, but I'm just thinking something that we need to be honest about and reflect on when it comes to these indigenous crops. What are the negatives? Because there's always an unintended consequence, in a whole system. What are the negatives? We need to think about that. So that was just the addition or a question or something to reflect on.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Xolisa Nxele, Dr. Nxele from the University of the Western Cape. Thank you so much for your talks today. They speak to a passion of mine, which is the hunger issue, as well as having food that also touches our health. And I've always felt that hunger was a systemic tool that is being used to oppress people. And I am happy that the conversation we are having here today is by African people looking for African solutions for ourselves. I don't know if you can speak to how we can better communicate the knowledge that we currently have in terms of the indigenous knowledge, the systems as well as the food, their benefits to our communities, and how this can also be translated into something that is usable. Thank you.
Thanks. We will go for the last round of questions after they've answered. Dr. Piri?
Okay, so there are lots of questions around indigenous crops. There's mainstreaming indigenous crops. There's what are the negative consequences of indigenous crops. My colleague from the University of Pretoria, I'm assuming that you come from the Center of Excellence. I was hoping that you would be able to answer your own question, because the main idea around the Center of Excellence is to promote indigenous crops or African food systems, to try and combat specifically child nutrition, not only in South Africa but across the continent. And yes, you're right, there's a lot of information around indigenous crops, but it is fragmented, as you mentioned. As a researcher, I would say obviously somebody needs to do a systematic review or a meta-analysis. But, but I suppose as a consumer of indigenous crops, I would like to see more information being put to the people and the people that consume them. When we look at some indigenous crops that are available in supermarkets, you're going to find them at Checkers. You're not going to find them at ShopRite. As much as Checkers and ShopRite are the same company, you find them at Checkers, at Pick n Pay. Some of them you find them at Woolies, Spar, and you find them in the aisle where we all know that, oh, that's the expensive food, that's the healthy food. So you'll find cowpeas, you'll find sorghum, but why are we not finding these crops or the products at ShopRite, where the rest of the population or most of the population shops? An economist will tell you that it's because of shelf space. It's expensive to have those crops in the shelves of ShopRite. But it is important that we show our people that our crops are not poor man's food, that our crops are also important within the food system. And which leads me to the question around mainstreaming indigenous crops from my colleague from the University of Mpumalanga. I'm sure those of you that are in the research space have read the paper by Tafadzwa Mapaudi, who writes about mainstreaming indigenous crops and the challenges associated with that. And one of the main things is that there's a disconnect, as I mentioned, there's a disconnect between policy and policy implementation. And in order for us to mainstream them, I will go back to my first answer. Show our people that our crops are important for us to consume. And the problems caused by indigenous crops, I'm also one of those people that are guilty of researching the good parts of indigenous crops. And I have not thought about what negative and unintended consequences might be associated with them. But from what I know and what I gather is that Africa has got around 60% arable land. And as my colleague has spoken about mechanization, when we are talking about feeding the world by 2050, it is usually increasing the production of cereals which are not indigenous. So we need to consider how the future of crop production is going to look like when we are making the same mistakes that we made with the Green Revolution. So when we are cultivating these indigenous crops, I think we need to do it more sustainably, and that's why I've also mentioned indigenous knowledge. Try and mainstream indigenous knowledge, and fortunately, it is something that is seriously being considered in terms of agricultural conservation. And how to better communicate the knowledge and translate it into something that is usable. Personally, I do science communication. So as part of my suppose giving back to society, when I'm requested by a radio station or a newspaper or something to write about indigenous crops or World Food Day, write about something, I always advocate for indigenous crops. So I think we need more scientists that can communicate the research to a wider audience so that people can, you know, going back also to my answer around the mainstreaming, so that people can know that these crops are important for their health and well-being as well.
Thank you. I think the main question I had was on whether the information is publicly available for access, and for the mechanization aspect in terms of the rice project. We actually have published that and have even got a conversation article on that, on how to effectively implement that within communities. So that can be used to deal with other aspects or any other community to adopt such methods. Yeah. I also just want to share some view on the commercialization of the indigenous produce for economic reasons as well. And no farmer will choose a very tedious method over a simpler one. If you have machinery or the methods to produce maize are easily adoptable by the farmer, then he will most often use those methods. So for example, if you are producing cowpea, the method is very, very tedious. And even when you have to harvest, you have to do it manually, which is they bend down to pick it up from the field and then send it to manually process. But for a farmer who does maize production, he could easily hire a combine harvester to come to the field and do that. So the farmer will most often choose that method over the other one. So one of the ways to popularize or increase indigenous crops, I would also say, is that let's try to increase the technology used within it in a sustainable way, and that will make it attractive for other farmers to also pick up those. That's what I have to say about that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna open the last round of questions, but before I do that, Dr. Piri and Dr. Dovlo, you speak about the concept of sustainability. That's another big elephant that we are facing these days. We speak about sustainability, but really it's not clearly defined as well. And as you speak, I'm just picking a bit of gaps here and there, because Dr. Piri, you speak about farming sustainably. There's this growing group now that is much more into conservation within agriculture, or agroecology, if you like. So those people are actually going to tell you that using technologies is not the right way to go. You think about microorganisms in the soil, you think about life on land. They are just not good for the food systems. And I'm hearing you, Dr. Dovlo, then saying that we must make use of technology to farm sustainably. I'm not posing a question, but just something to, to think about. I do have a question, though, for you, Dr. Dovlo, and it speaks to climate action, SDG 13. What innovative climate-smart technologies and policies are needed to support climate action in smallholder agriculture?
Thank you for that question. I think one of the issues around use of machinery for production, and then sustainable production and conservation agriculture, is that there is a mishap in how they explain the technological aspect within these activities. So when they talk about conservation agriculture, and they're like, okay, you have to retain mulch on the field, you have to do no tillage and all. Quickly, most farmers pick it up as that, okay, I don't have to use machines on my field anymore. I just have to use any other method aside that. But then there are ways of land preparation using machinery, which ensures that you retain the moisture, you leave soil cover on your field, and you do minimum tending of the soil. So those are the methods that you try to propose for adoption within such spheres. So coming to the question of, are there any guidelines or ways in which this can be proposed? It's about, as my colleague said, the science communication. The knowledge is there, the technology is there. How do we package it in a way that the farmers who are practicing it in the field know that, okay, when we talk about sustainability and we talk about protecting the environment, there is still technology you can use to achieve all those. So that's one major thing that can be done to do, cover that, yes.
Thank you very much, Doc. I'm going to open one last round of questions, and we can then break.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and also great presentations from our speakers. My name is Mzuki Sikhosa from Rhodes University, and first and foremost, thank you so much for such interesting presentations. I think from my side, I'd just like to ask a question regarding policy and political will. Because whether we like it or not, we can do all of the research, come up with great ideas, but at the end of the day, whatever we're doing has to somehow speak to the concerns or policies relating to the country. So I would just like to know from your side, Dr. Piri, do you ever incorporate such matters when you're doing your research? Because at the end of the day, I believe we should not do, or we must not do science or do research for the sake of science, but we need to be cognizant of the end users. And also, sir, I would just also like to know maybe, in terms of the political will and the policy environment from Ghana, how is that? You know, I'm coming from, I hope I don't put you on the spot. I'm coming from a water research background, and for me, I realized that we've got such great policies, especially in South Africa, with regards to water. But then, you know, sometimes when researchers do the research, they do not factor in that, and they don't try and streamline, you know. So I'd just like to know from South Africa, Dr. Piri, the policy, the political will, and from you, sir, also from Ghana. I'm really just interested in that. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. My question will be on still on the indigenous crops. So my question is, if indigenous crops were to be produced or cultivated at a high scale, just like it is done on the commercial crops currently, what will be the requirements, the fertilizer requirements on indigenous crops compared to the crops that we plow today, given that we know the negative impact of fertilizers on the environment, such as eutrophication? Thank you.
Thank you so much to our two doctors for nice presentation. I think mine is simple. I was partly covered by Dr. Piri when she said we sort of, in terms of the indigenous crops, we sort of see them packaged as pricey. But when you go and look at the production level, most of the time you find that it's mostly classified and associated as only poor man's crop. But we look at the value chain per se, it's not accessible to those poor men and women within the value chain. My question is, how do we then ensure that there is a adoption for a larger commercial production, and also how do we then ensure that these climate smart practices that are often seen as suitable only for small scale production can be adopted at more commercial level? Thank you so much.
Mine, it's more like a comment or a question, because we are here, gathering here as maybe a young scientist, and we are talking about the smallholder farmers and the indigenous people. But I didn't see any smallholder farmer here, and I didn't see any, maybe we are, but in an actual fact, that those people that are using the land, I don't see them here. So it will go back to what we were saying, that we have a good policies without implementation, because when we are doing research or are doing some sort of a project, we don't include those people. We include them in a later stage. So at some point we must find the model that also fuse them within whatever we are doing. Because we will be talking like politicians, saying we want to A, do A, B, and C. But the actual people that are practicing those things, they are not being fused in a planning and in a practical situation. So also, one of the things that we also need is to also include some sort of those guys that are policymakers in these gatherings like this, so that they can see what is happening. And another thing, we must not always focus on describing something. Let's try, by all means, to come up with a practice. Because we can write papers, we can write reviews, but how much work that has been done? We must always reflect on that one. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for those questions. So in terms of the political will, I think if we are looking at here in South Africa, a lot of progress follows money. So if the people that are controlling the economy do not invest in indigenous agriculture or indigenous agricultural practices, then we are not going to be able to mainstream our indigenous crops or turn policy into practice. So as part of my research, and I think also to combine that with the last comment, is that a lot of people that are doing hard sciences do not see the value of social sciences. So what I'm trying to do in my research is to try and fit in some socio-cultural aspects, as I mentioned earlier. You cannot do research for the people without including those people. And I agree with you that I suppose those people should be here, but also the policymakers and the people that I called middlemen should also be around, so that they can see what's being done on the ground. And the second question was about fertilizer requirements for indigenous crops. We don't know what the fertilizer requirements are for many of our indigenous crops. we know that as long as farming has been around for indigenous people, they've used traditional methods for fertilization of their crops. So cow manure, sometimes they would use ash for carbon. So all of this information that we have been testing scientifically has been used by indigenous people or people that are farming indigenous crops. So we definitely require more research into finding out what the fertilizer requirements are. And yes, there are a lot of problems associated with fertilizer, but when we are looking at technology and what is currently being done, there are companies that are trying to promote the use of more organic and sustainable ways of fertilizer. But the problem is that, as I mentioned, money. So a lot of these big companies that are producing inorganic fertilizers always push back. And you find that the people that are producing biostimulants or some other kind of organic fertilizer are not able to enter the market. And that also becomes expensive for farmers to use organic types of fertilizers. So the next question was about indigenous crops. I mentioned that indigenous crops are pricey and not accessible to people, and how we can adopt those crops for larger commercial scales. So when I said that indigenous crops are pricey, it was more aligned with the whole superfood movement, which I said I was against. Maybe I should elaborate a little bit on that. You find that once a crop like sorghum or kale, I don't know if many of you know about kale and how it was viewed as a superfood. You look at the cabbage, kovo, which is a Zimbabwean type of kale. It just becomes inaccessible because it is produced, it is mass produced, and then the market might be there or might not be there. And then because it's a superfood, you can put it in your smoothies, and it attracts the elitist type of consumer. It becomes expensive. So you go to Faithful to Nature or the Wellness Warehouse shops, and they tell you about a lot of African superfoods, which are our indigenous crops. But like I said earlier, these crops are not part of the masses. So if something is going to be a superfood, if we're going to be consuming something like moringa in our smoothies, then we should also promote it to our indigenous or local people. But we don't do that. So that's what I meant about crops not being sustainable. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think the question is on the political will. And yes, there is, the political will is there and is evident throughout Africa as well. But then the way they define the problem is where the main issue is. A lot of it is about providing tractors to farmers, whilst it should be about scale-appropriate machinery. So once that is done, then you can have effective solutions being proposed here. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm now rushing our speakers. But I would like to take this opportunity and thank you guys for participating in the session. which actually emphasizes the essential role that technology, traditional knowledge, and climate resilience play in transforming Africa's food systems. And as you can see for yourselves, this is still an ongoing conversation, and it's actually a build-up for a bigger conversation on policy. I think it came up a number of times, it came up a number of times here. So tomorrow we are having that policy dialogue. It's a planning workshop. This conversation is going to be continued there. So I invite you again to go to venue 5 tomorrow from 8:30 a.m. in the morning, and the conversation is going to continue. We have been invited to go to the dome, that big ball-ish building, where we will be taking a group photo with all the other researchers and participants of the event. Thanks. Also, sorry, one last announcement. The yellow tags, I don't know what those are. I'm told that you are going to use them for your tea. This
we have a speaker, and when I think of what the speaker is going to say, and I look at the audience, we have the right audience. Not in terms of number, but in terms of. So the main person to us today is Dr. Birthday today. Is just wait. I'm not very good with singing. I don't want to spoil his birthday. So can we happy birthday song? The happy birthday to you, and that's how it's going to stage. Yeah. Hip, hip, hip. Sorry, you talk a lot, so I just want to cut the song so that we have. So, Dr. Alureka, do you mind? I've never asked somebody to come on stage on their birthday, okay? So, it's interesting to have him. Next person to be on stage is our friend and our brother. I don't think he needs an introduction, right? So, can you please just clap while he gets on stage? All right, without taking much of your time, looks like there are some technicalities going on here. Okay. Okay. All right, as long as you guys want him to do that, not me. Okay. So, please just guide me on the turn of events. My understanding is that he's going to speak, and after he speaks, we'll have a response from our friend and our brother, Uluam, and then we are going to have questions from the rest of the audience. Not so. Please guide me on the time, because will you be in charge of the time? Because yes. Okay, just wait, please.
Thank you. So, Lucky, you have about 30 minutes to speak, and then the respondent has 15 minutes, and the time thereafter is for engagement with the audience.
All right. Thank you so much. 30 minutes, brah. Okay. Yes. No, it's unfair. So, your time starts now. So please just take note and then ask him as many difficult questions as possible, and I'm sure you'll be up to the task.
Okay. Thanks, Altas. Thanks, Ron. Thanks, Olom. And thanks, everybody, for attending. So, okay, I just need to move this so that... So, how do I make the people to see the thing, not to see me? Oh, so it's showing already. Okay. So, the topic is careership. And first and foremost, that tells us that we are talking about careers. And I just want to say, you know, before I even started, that when we say careers or career, we are not necessarily talking about a job. So basically, we're not talking about just dear sir or madam. Dear sir or madam is part of a career, but career is way broader than that. So just to make that disclaimer, so that as we engage, we do not confuse a career with a job application and being employed or being a salaried worker or waged worker or something like that. So, where does this idea of careership come from? Is an idea that I've been toying around for quite some time. For many years now, maybe over 8 years, I've been working on this idea of careership. So I found this theory, which was introduced in the United Kingdom in the early 1990s by a scholar called Phil Hodkinson. He wrote with Heather Hodkinson, and he also wrote with Andrew Spark. And then one other person that they wrote with is Martin Bloomer. So they were working on this thing where they call it transitioning from education to work. And in most cases, in the South African context, for example, we have this idea of the school, and then you transit to college, and then you transit to work. So we think that is actually a natural progression in life, that once you graduate from college or you graduate from a university, you should actually transition to work. But we also need to be critical about this idea of work, that this is an idea that was actually created at some point for a particular purpose. We do actually have to question whether, always wanting to go to primary school, high school, and then university or college, and then you look for a job afterwards. We do have to question when, in most cases, we are even referred to as the workforce. When you read policy documents, they talk about, the workforce. They talk about people as workers. They don't talk about people as something else, but as workers. We do have to question that thing. So with the theory of career shape, I seek to also question some of those notions that we have so internalized and naturalized. So, why do I like career shape, and why do I have a space between career and the shape? Is because, as I say that I've been playing with this concept for quite some time, I also came now to say, actually, we can actually use the analogy of a ship. And when we think about a ship, generally, what do we think about? Some people think cruising. They want to go a cruise ship, and then they have fun in the ship. That is the same way that people talk about careers, that careers must be fun and they must be enjoyable, right? Some people actually want to own the ships, and they do own the vessels. Whether it's the cruise ship that you go for fun, somebody owns it and they are making money out of it. Whether it's a vessel that transports goods to the harbor, somebody owns it. Sometimes we wait for the ship to actually deliver something. So, and ships come in different sizes. Some people just want to be sailors. They just want to be captains of ships. Some people just want to work on the ships. And if you look at that concept of a ship, you actually realize that we approach it differently. So, there is a word for that, why we approach things differently. And in this study, the word is habitus. Habitus is French, from one of the key authors, Pierre Bourdieu, who talks about habitus, which is not necessarily habit, but it's what you internalize as a person, and it informs and influences how you think about things. For example, it is very common in South Africa that people graduate from college with a skill, but they sit around and they say that they are unemployed. They are still, if you ask them, so what are you doing? They say, I'm looking for a job. But now you get someone from China, and when they come here in South Africa, and then they find those dumps from the mines, what they see is money. But what we see is debt. You can start to see that already their disposition, how they think about things, is that even the things that we don't take into consideration, they see business, they see opportunity. And then, before we know it, we're employed by the Chinese. And before we know it, we're employed by the Somalians in our backyard. Because they came and they saw an opportunity. So, these are some of the things. So, the study that I did, which was qualitative in nature, as I'll talk about that later, it focused on what influences career decisions of TVET college students in particular. And that's mostly because I work with the TVET. So, I try to actually understand the TVET better. I just wanted to understand what influences them. Someone is doing public management. Why? Someone is doing engineering. Why? And then Walters introduced me and Olwam. He is the chair of the session, so he will be interacting with everybody. And when I'm done talking, I know that I am known to talk longer, but I will disappoint you today. And I'll be very, very, very brave. So Olwam will respond. And then we are going to engage with the topic. So this is the outline of the presentation. You can see it is actually very brief. Setting the scene. I start with the state of the nation because I want to narrow it down to South Africa. And then I show why careership matters. And by careership, I do not just mean the theory itself, but I also mean the act of making career decisions, how we do it as youth or young people or young adults. Why does it matter? Why does it even matter that we have to talk about career decision making? And then I talk about the research paradigm, which most people will refer to as a research methodology. And then I now elaborate on the theory. And then I just show you a few quotes from the field, and then a little bit of analysis, and then I conclude. So, let me start with this. And this is as of 2024. You know, Stats SA, they usually give us the results of the surveys that they do in relation to the population. So they look at different things. But here, I am just focusing on employment and unemployment and education. Now, in South Africa, we have approximately 64 million people. We may have more than that, but the estimation is that we have about 64 million. That is actually a lot of people, if you come to actually think about it. Now, 8.4 million are considered unemployed. That is as of June. That is the second quarter of the year, right? 8.4 million, that's the 3.5% of the people, they are considered unemployed. And we are talking about the people of employment age, by the way. We're not talking about people who are on pension, and we're not talking about the people who are actually, who qualify for grants and things like that. But now, when we think about the expanded definition of unemployment, we're talking about 42.6% at the moment. That's almost half the population of working age people. Here we are talking about the people who have given up on looking for jobs. It's like they realize that I've been looking for a job for a very long time. And they were like, you know what, I'm no longer doing it. And sometimes it's because they do not have formal education. Because one day when we had this debate with Thabo Mbeki here at NNMU, he said something very interesting. Because every time when you talk about unemployment, they start talking about graduates and graduation and their qualifications. And then Thabo Mbeki says that people with qualifications are actually a minority in this country. And if we are selfish to say that they must be employed, we are actually excluding a large part of the population. And these are the people who don't actually have formal education. What do we even say about them in terms of participating in the formal economy? So basically, graduates are just like a scratch on the surface. So they say here approximately 10.2 million are employed in non-agricultural sector. What does that mean? It means that basically the people who wake up and say they are actually going to work, we're actually talking about 10.2 million out of the 64 million people. You can see that the situation already is not that good. The agricultural sector, the reason they don't include it is because it's a little bit difficult. Because if you go to the farms, and I'm talking about big farms, they're a country on their own. And they've got other dynamics, like they've got people who are actually illegal in this. So it's hard to actually calculate the number of people in the agricultural sector. That is why they try to actually exclude that. Now, let us look at the people who have the money, Mr. and Mrs. Moneybags in our country. We have about 367,000 people who actually control a lot of wealth, about 41%, close to half of everything cars, food, houses, land, you have about 1%, which is 367,000. And then when we look at some people who are sort of okay-ish, people who have got like jobs and things like that, okay jobs to be specific, we are actually looking at about 3.76 million people. And then again, you have the rest. But you can see that even the graduates, we are sitting with about 896,000 people who are actually unemployed. These are actually the people. So when you ever apply for a position, and you learn quickly that actually 1,000 more people applied for the same one, and you guys just have the same basic qualification. Who do you take? So now, why careership matters? Why does it matter that we even talk about this topic? First and foremost, your career determines the life that you live. The food that you eat, it determines even the people that you date, for example. It determines how people respect you or not respect you. It determines, or maybe it does not determine, it influences how you even perceive yourself in society. So basically a career or your occupation or your vocation, whichever word we use, is actually very critical because it becomes the core of who you are as a person. So now we do have literature, psychological literature, economics literature, we have philosophical literature, sociological literature that talks about careers. But now the problem is that some of this literature is somewhat limited because they just look at, like for example, we can talk about the trait factor theory or the trait theory. It talks about what you like to do, your interest and all that, and then, or your passion, and then they say that you are most likely to choose this kind of a career. But in life, in South Africa, with these statistics, or maybe let me show you rather other depressing things. If you look here where I say the inequality question, it says, I used 20, 30, 50. In some countries, they use 40, 30, 30. In some countries, they use 50, 30, 20, depending on the amount of wealth those countries have. But what does these 20, 30, 50 mean in our context, for example? My version of South Africa is that we have got 20 people who seem to be okay. And then we have about 30 people who are, trying. And then you have got the majority who are just, living in very, 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 very bad conditions. So, I will be very brief on the research paradigm. First and foremost, the ontology is subjective because this was actually qualitative, and I use interpretivism as the epistemology. And then it was a qualitative study where I interviewed TVET college students. So, what does the theory actually talk about? So here I have highlighted 5 things, and if you see here, I have referenced where this comes from, because the theory has been cascaded over the years. First and foremost, it started with the idea of habitus, which comes from Bourdieu, and Hodgkinson adopted it. What Bourdieu was talking about is that as people, the way that you grow up, if you come from a particular background, you are most likely to behave in a particular way. And if society, for example, South Africa, or Africa for that matter, is a borrowing continent or a borrowing country, and you actually start to look at the people in the country, everybody is just borrowing. So the culture of borrowing has actually become our culture as people. And sometimes we actually don't notice it, that actually this is how our country is behaving, and it has an influence on us. Sometimes, when we grow up in families where parents behave in a particular way, we are most likely to behave in that way, but it's not always the case. So habitus can be changed. You can actually be different, and we can call you a black sheep if we want. So, Bourdieu also talks about field. When he talks about a field, he means an arena or a place where we all exist. But the key point is that we are all here to play. For example, in education, we're all here to study. But when you go to primary, some kids are very bright and they start excelling. And then education makes fool out of you. And you feel that, oh, I'm so dumb because I'm actually not making it in this education system. And then we go on. When we come to university, some people actually come well prepared. Some people don't come prepared for the university. So you can see that we come with unequal resources. So the playing field is not level for everybody. That's still Bourdieu and Hodgkinson. And then, sometimes the decisions that we make are not just random, but they are actually influenced by the turning points that we experience in our lives. So many things actually happen, and you find yourself there. For example, I mean, if I did not fail maths at high school, which I still have 17, I have not changed it since 24 years ago, I would probably be an engineer. But I had to change because now I failed maths, I could not get into engineering. That for me was a major turning point. After experiencing this fantasy that I will be an engineer and, I will be engineering and I will have money. So, and then as I move on, another dimension of this theory is horizon for action. But I added, as part of my study, a horizon of possibility. Because action is also informed or influenced by whether you see that as going to be successful or not. And you are most likely to act. Sometimes you actually have to avert the risks. You know that I could do engineering or medicine or anything, but because you are funded by NSFAS, you are most likely to fail a few modules and they stop funding you and your academic life is over. Sometimes you have to make decisions then. Sometimes you make a decision simply because the institution is nearby. You can't afford to go to another university, although you may want to study at a prestigious university, but you cannot actually get there. So the things that you see as possible are the things that you are most likely to choose, and that's what the theory says. And then later on, based on Upper Durai's idea of the capacity to aspire, and Mampele Rampele's steering by the stars, and also Buchabelo Maja's thesis on navigational capacity, I also adopted the idea of the navigational capacity. And with the idea of navigational capacity, I want to take you back there. If you watch the Vikings, the Vikings is mostly about those guys who will be actually moving across oceans. Some guys will be using a small ship, but because they are good sailors, they will actually make it through the tides and winds and storms, whereas some people will actually suffocate. So the navigational capacity is how, as a person, you are equipped to navigate life. Do you understand how the economy works? Because some people understand how education works. When I look at this, I see water to drink. But already someone sees a business. And just by seeing this, they know that next time they are going to be supplying people. And you ask yourself, how did they even think about it? I only think about actually drinking it. When some people see seeds, they see trees and farms. What are we seeing? Something to actually throw away. So it's a matter of your perception. What is your navigational capacity? Now, lessons from the field. Lessons from the field, this is actually what the students were actually saying, but I will not necessarily speak exactly about that. I will just let you read the quotations, but what I learned is that, first and foremost, metric is a problem. Because actually metric determines whether you can go to university or you can go to college or not. And most people find themselves doing certain qualifications that they never wanted to do simply because, well, the metric results actually say otherwise. Some people start at institutions that they never thought. And the people that I interviewed many years ago, they did not even know that there's such a thing as a TVET college. But now they actually have to say, oh my goodness, I can't go to university that I have always dreamt of. Now what do I do? And then they found themselves at the college, and you get to the college, they tell you there's this program and that program, and then you think, should I go home, should I do it? Because sometimes people have got pressures, and sometimes you realize that you don't have many other options. What do? You take that which is available at the time, maybe hoping that in the future you will improve. And that is how sometimes we navigate. We don't always navigate with clarity. And that is why Boju argues that when we make decisions, our decisions are not technically rational, but they are pragmatically rational, that you make your decision based on the context, based on what is happening at that time, and based on what you know, but also your interaction with other people. Sometimes we have people to advise us, sometimes we do not have the people to advise us. Sometimes we don't even know what we want to do, but if you hear other people saying that, let's go and do this, you actually say, no, I'm doing it. Sometimes you hear people saying that, don't do this one because there are no jobs there, and then you're like, okay, let me do this one because there is a perception, whether it is true or not, but it is a perception that influences your decision. So now, this is the theory. The theory is just actually emphasizing that point, that sometimes we lack the basic resources to make certain decisions. And the theory uses an analogy of a map, that some of us are carrying maps which have got nice directions. Some people of us, we are holding maps that are actually blank. You are looking at this map and you don't know where to go because your map does not have navigation tools. Or if your map has navigation tools, they are actually very limited. It's like going to a place without a GPS. But if you look at the people who go to these expensive schools, what they are really paying for is not necessarily the education, but they are paying for networks. They are paying for reputation. They are actually paying for even being introduced to certain careers firsthand. I mean, we fantasize about being this or that or that. We've never even seen an aeroplane at a close range, but we want to be a pilot, and it's just a fantasy in our heads. But some children actually are taken to the airport to see and talk to real pilots and other people who work. Actually, when we think about an airport, the only thing that we know is a pilot. We don't know the aviation side of things, what people are actually doing there. And when you get to the airport, you realize that the airport is very busy when you're actually close. So if you even say you want a career there, you actually need to have some form of an insight. So that is what the theory is actually arguing. But of course, we are here. So now, as I conclude, I just want to say that when we talk about generally a career, as I said earlier, that is not just about a job. We're talking about a vocation. We're actually talking about a calling. And as soon as you introduce the idea that people are making choices, you are actually saying that they are free to choose. But in the picture that I painted before of so much unemployment, can we even truly say that we are choosing our careers? There are things that people wake up to do every day. And I ask myself, if there was no money involved, would people be doing the things that they do for money? Can we even say that thing is a choice? They chose to be this. So now think about this. When we talk about a vocation, we talk about love. We talk about passion. And some people even go as far as saying that if you find a good career, the career that you want, if you try to say goodbye to it, and if you try to walk away from it, you will basically choke and stumble like Mercy Gray. So now, at the moment, the research has actually focused on what and how. It has focused on what decisions students make and how they actually make them. But now what I am trying to do is to actually move beyond that. When people make choices, do they really make these career choices out of love? Or is it pressure and desperation? For example, everybody's doing teaching nowadays, and you ask yourself, does everybody want to do teaching? Do I really want to be marking assignments every day? You may find that it's not, but because that is what the country can afford at the moment, everybody now is flocking towards that direction because that's what is there. Now what I would like to move on, and if you ever do research on this, it will be good for you to actually focus on the certain things. What do we want to do with our careers? And I just gave a few examples here. What do doctors really do? As far as we know, I want to be a doctor because I want to save lives. Doctors are ripping us off now. They're not saving lives. What do chemical engineers do? Creating bombs to kill people? Is it to save the world? What do agricultural engineers do? To create methods to produce food that we don't even have access to. What do teachers do? Are they really doing the teaching, or are they there because there is nowhere else to be? How do okay, don't read the last one. But how does, this is just an example because I met Sipe, and Sipe is doing research on this idea of how your career affects your mating opportunities. And I thought, oh my goodness, this is actually very interesting because sometimes you try to push your career and then you lose certain opportunities. So, I'm done. Thank you very much. If you want to read more, I hope you can see the screen there. Those are some of the things. And then that's me in a suit.
Actually, he didn't disappoint. He took all the time, okay? So you have another opportunity to disappoint us. You missed this one. Maybe next year. So now we are going to get to the respondent who is going to give some responses. And then please just bear in mind, just keep your questions, and then after that we'll get them. So do you want to connect your laptop? Because I don't have that carrier.
Like, can I just go back to the slide of the stats?
I think it's at the beginning. Yeah, just go back again. Yes, that's it. Thank you so much. Do you mind if I just push this by the side?
Yes.
I think it's good enough for 2 laptops.
Yes.
I can't even see from here. Do you mind if I push the mic so that you can stand? Yeah, you can stand right there.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I must appreciate the invitation. Ronika, is it 15 minutes? Okay, thank you so much. What time is it now? Okay. I must appreciate the invitation for coming and speaking. I have much respect for such spaces. I did suspect, Ronika, that as much as I've been given the paper that like you wrote with Dr. Leslie Powell, that the presentation might have its own turns, and I suppose if you know like theatrics as well, the last comment, I'm sure you thought about it, whether do I put it or not, and then you knew that you wanted to basically have that kind of a response. Well, I was struggling to understand how did I end up being the respondent. That was number one. Number two, I was struggling to understand how do I pitch my own contribution. But I'm going to let you in on why I suspect, I might be wrong, that I've been asked to come and respond to this question of this study of careership. Firstly, I had worked at the Center for Integrated Post-School Education and Training, and we had a study that culminated into a book edited largely, the main editor was Ivo Patches, and it was about living and learning. It was how do people who do not go to university, who do not go to TVET colleges, the post-schooling sector, how do they learn? Are we the only people that learn because we have come at Nelson Mandela University? Are there any forms of learning spaces outside of the formal post-schooling sector? Was there any learning that took place in institutions and otherwise before the colonial education system? And I know one of your, Dr. Maluleka, one of your courses in first year looks at the critique of education from its inception in South Africa, the historical narrative of how education started in South Africa. I'm sure if these are your students, they know exactly because they've written an assignment or a test on that. Because when I answered that first question, maybe why am I here, then I had to go back to where I've been. Subsequent to my work within the university, I went to start a company called Black Hat Group. It's a research / leadership and consultancy group where we had unemployed graduates that we've worked with for the past 8 years. We have had TVET graduates that needed placement after their own courses. And we had TVET students that were looking for work, and I continue to work with those people, and maybe that's the biggest why. Because now that I've decoded the why, maybe then my input would be also to reflect, because your study was actually a life history that focused on the lives of these two girls and how they experience the process to choosing a career and what affected them. And then secondly is that, again, I'm not sure if this was part of the input that was expected, was that the second person that you wrote that article with was Dr. Leslie, whom I've done work with TVET college students. We've collected data, research work for her. We go out and do unemployment work, youth unemployed and employability work with the SETAs. And that's the background that I wanted to say, so that you also have an idea why I say what I want to say with the last, it's still 12 minutes that I have. I mean, no, it's 8 minutes, sorry, my math. I'm affected by Lucky's metric pass rate. It's quite catastrophic. But there are these factors that he had alluded to, I think, at the end. I want to focus on the 5 ones that meant such a big deal within my experience and what I think careership should really be about at the end. Number one, I'm going to reflect on your socio-economic status as a factor that affects youth choices for their careers, the capacity to aspire, life turning points, horizon of action, and the possibilities that you mentioned. But I want to enter this conversation by asking 2 questions to the crowd. What do we need to survive? What do we need from birth unto death? In between, what is it that we need to survive? Money, food, shelter. So you are basically looking at the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? So we need sustenance, we need shelter, we need, like you referred to, also physiological demands, crudely stated as mating. And basically now, what is the purpose of this career that we need to have? It's to actually lead us to sustain that, and I'm happy that there's a philosopher in the room, because at the end of the day, it is a philosophical question. Why do we have these problems of unemployment? Can we have the slide, sorry? Why do we have the unemployment issue, whether it's graduate, whether it's just TVET students that do not have employment? Someone told you, this is the second part, that after you were born, you need to grow up and you go to school. We can see that from your study, like, and then from going to school, you need to be certified so that you can go to further schooling, which is post-school education and training. And then someone also told you that after finishing that phase, you then have to go to work. And you have to do all of these things before you can have your own shelter, which is your basic need. Before you can have your own, your whole physiological need. I'll just say. So I'm saying someone, basically that is the trajectory that we follow to earn, to get to a career, as per the conversation, the study that Lucky has done, and as the expectations that we, as the people who live on earth, we believe. And then after getting that qualification, you then go and get and be approved and be appointed to a particular work environment. That work environment gives you the identity that becomes what we regard as your career. I have 5 minutes, thank you. And then lastly, the general understanding, there's someone that says that it's just a linear trajectory, the assumption that our lives are that linear. And then when we get to getting to the end, then we can actually say get married, have children, and have a house, and have all this, because now we've acquired everything. But then how old are you by the time when you finish all of these things? Some of us, we still continue, by the way, to do a master's, a PhD, postdoctoral work, and become professors and all of that. And that is what I'm getting from Lucky's presentation and view. And I think it's the heart of the problem that we are facing as a country. And now, if I were to say anything, there's a book by Moeletsi Mbeki. Is it a trilogy, they call it? But one of the books was published in 2012 about strategies for social change. And this book about strategies for social change by Moeletsi Mbeki and his niece looks at the 400 years in South Africa, starting from, say, the previous century where we were governed by the apartheid system, largely the Afrikaner. And then he looks at the British period, and then he looks at the Dutch. And then he says that we, as the current dispensation, the political leadership, have to create something similar, because we know the Dutch, the first century after the arrival of Jan van Riebeeck, people started demarcating and creating some kind of a structure of the country, of how who's where, whether it's good or bad. I'm not there. I know the politics are going to creep in. But there was the mining that was also brought by the British. Then there was the agricultural dispensation by the Afrikaner people, and then the black people, which are now supposedly, other than the GNU, are largely a political group, a political elite, but they're not creating anything. But then now these are your leaders. Your careers are suffering because there's just the political benefits that they are getting and all the money, but nothing is created as the economy. Then we are found wanting and looking for people like you to explain to us what is wrong. Why am I not employable? Why am I not able to form a career? And we start blaming ourselves, and people tell you that you are unemployable. When people say that to you, they are basically saying that it is your fault. And I am saying, as Lucky is saying, that there's a whole systemic network of events that happened to block us from actually achieving the kind of optimal, self-actualization that we need. And then another reflection that I had with these 2 minutes that I have is that we are a conquered people. You will have a career when some of us, our majority, will have a career when most of us have created working environments, companies, organizations, schools, that we can employ a lot of people. But you know what? We are a conquered people, and I'm saying this now reflecting to a historic event of the dispossession wars, 100 years in the Eastern Cape. And there's a book by J.J. Klass on this, which was published last year. It's an academic text from his PhD. If you want to look at it, it's a very interesting one. The Triangle War of 100 Years. And I'm saying that we are a conquered people. We are dispossessed and conquered, but we expect careers. We expect careers from a political class, which we are telling you that they are not creating anything new for all of us. They are part of the parasitic network of people based on their the political elite status that leaves majority of us without anywhere to actually build these careers. And we tell you, as like I think you are prodding us to think deeper about how do we get to the career if these two girls, if the people that you have studied have had all these issues. And that's why, lastly, which is the last minute, I knew this was going to happen, but I was not. The horizon of action is that now, with all that we know, we still need to have a career. We know that we are conquered. We know that we don't have an economy. We know that we don't have jobs. We know that if 100 people, there was statistics in 1999, where around a million learners got into grade 1. Please just follow me with this one. 1 million learners got into grade 1, I know. And then 10 years later, these million learners, there was only 500 in matric, but only 500,000 in matric. There was only 300,000 that wrote the matric. But of all of that, when you count who came in, 1 million people come in, but at grade 12, only half of them have sat down on a matriculant examination, and then, but who passes, about 300, and then now who passes and get into university even further, because only 5% of those who get into university makes it with a university degree. Then we still have the TVET college group that falls out. Yes, I'm aware, at grade 11. But then again, the pass rate of that is usually quite low. At 1 year, it was 40% pass rate. I'm saying that in all of this system, and we are being told that we chose the wrong career, and of course we did, because our horizon of action is quite limited. We don't have people that sit around us to tell these youth group that we're talking about of what possible careers are there, because even then they change, because the careers have changed now. So those who will benefit in the next 10 years, the new careers of the 10 years, are those whose parents or his environment are able, thank you so much, Walters, are able to read the world and able to build institutions that fit that kind of a reality. I knew this was going to happen. Thank you so much. But I hope that you got the narrative of what the gist of what my input was, because everything else can be done later. Thank you.
So I'm sure we have all listened to them talking. I didn't see people writing things, but I assume that we are all very smart in such a way that we have our questions on our head or in our head. So should I take 3 questions, then you answer, then we get the next round? Is that fine? Do you have a question? Oh my God. All right. Yes. I'll need to give you the mic. I also have my own question, So
I'll just start. Thank you, Lucky and Olwam. That was very interesting. Lucky, my question to you is related to your grade 12 maths mark, which you shared with us. Do you think that people should be compelled to study subjects or courses that are not their strength? And if you feel that like a subject like mathematics or science may help their development of problem solving and critical thinking, is that a positive, or would not doing well in the subject actually kill your confidence?
All right, there's another hand there. I expected it, by the way.
Thank you. Dr. Maluleke, my question is based on the comment you made earlier about people who come to South Africa and find opportunities. I think you referred to the Bangladesh and the Pakistanis. So I just want to understand from you as a university employee who deal with TVET issues, who deal with career issues, how do you view career? How do you view career outside the qualifications? Because so far, people who see opportunities here, we never found out if ever they went to school or not, but they've identified the opportunity. Secondly, I'll make a comment as you'll just pick a few questions that I'll be raising, one or two. I don't want to be long. We have ministries. I'll give you an example now. Blade has been moved to technology. We have a new minister in higher education. And it seems like all of them are speaking towards what their ministry need. Blade will be speaking about technology, technology, technology. Ours will be speaking about higher education, higher education, higher education. And we keep enrolling students into those courses that sound so good, but we know very well that the societal needs are not going to respond to their needs. So what is the solution for that? Do we have an organ or the body without having to look politically, rising? Because it seems like we establish structures to be viewed by the leaders so that we can be co-opted into the system. Do you have a body which sit down and say, we do research, we check statistics. How many people who are about to age who are going to be out of the system, and how many people do we need? Around 1994, 96, when we were young, we knew that teachers would not be employed. We had a lot of teachers working ShopRite because there was no employment. Suddenly around 2004, 5, 6, there was a need. That's where they came up with programs to enroll more teachers. And people who do BScs now, you know very well, they'll come to PGCE. Those who do BCom accounting, they'll come to PGC. Why are we always surprised of the needs of the country? Is there anyone who do research say, in 3 years we'll need these people? Let's reduce the number and advocate for the other degrees so that in future we do not have the same crisis.
Okay. Before I get to you, I just want to say your education doesn't care about you. Exactly. Okay? I'm saying this from a curriculum design perspective. Yes. All right. I'm sorry you're acting surprised. Okay?
You just beat me on the mouth, because I was going to say that our education is actually robbing us in a way. Like how the system of education is actually built for us. It's built that a young person goes to school and she or he finishes a matric, go to university, and she has to be assimilated by a certain organization to work for. But we have never been given that side of actually building entrepreneurship or making that entrepreneurship a giant that is within a human person. Ne? Because now we are actually finishing the job opportunities that we're actually having, instead of creating more job opportunities for the future generations. And I've just read in one of, there's slogans in the university diary that if you think education is expensive, think about ignorance. Because the more we become ignorant, the future generations are going to continue to suffer. Yes, we are suffering now because of the ignorance of our forefathers. But if we continue being ignorant as the youth of today, what South Africa are we building? We're going to continue coming and making these events, but if we do not practicalize them, we're going to suffer. I'm in the agricultural sector, and we are struggling there with agricultural entrepreneurs. We have agricultural students, we produce, they graduate, but you ask yourself, where are they going? Because all the farmers cannot actually take the large sum that is being produced by these universities. And in agriculture, there's a skill that needs to be given these young agricultural entrepreneurs, but we feed them theory so much that they can't actually practice what they've been educated on. And you find a person coming from university, but she's staying at home with the qualification that I've done my Bachelor of Science in this university, but what have you gotten yourself into? You actually failed to actually gain a skill that can actually cultivate something and also help the community. And one thing we need to know is that not everyone of us will have the opportunity to be here in university. But once you actually get it, take it back home, transfer the knowledge that you actually have gained here to make a change in your community.
Thank you so much. Oh, your name, please. Oh, sorry, I didn't ask, probably because I knew the names.
My name is Sesetupua.
You have something to add? Okay. So I will give the presenters, I don't know if you feel like also saying something, you can say it. Yeah. And take care of the time, eh?
How much time do we have? Okay, it's fine.
For another set of questions.
Yes, cool. What I'm going to say is not my territory as such, but I think it's a lot of Olam's territory. And what I'm going to say might sound a little bit dangerous as well in our country. But since we're in a safe space, allow me. So, I just want to start with your point, just to actually maybe add something, because you made more of a comment. So I happen to know this guy who is the president of the South African Institute for Agricultural Engineers. Now, of course, he appears in media here and there, and then he was saying things, and I call him, I say, Chief, what are you saying here? Now, what he was saying, but because you are in that position, you don't want to be blunt. But my reading of it, he was saying that you have a lot of agricultural engineers, black agricultural engineers graduating from universities, but they are unemployed. And you have a lot of white children who from matric, they start working as agricultural engineers. By the time you are looking for a job as an agricultural engineer, they have 4 or 5 years experience, but they never went to university for that. They can study other things, but they can be converted. Why? Because, like it or not, our government does not own the economy. Our government is owned. So, because our government is owned, the people who own the farms actually decide who gets what. And we will be looking for, because we don't have farms. Whose farm do you want to work at? Whose firm or company, business? So these are the things that we are doing, that we don't have the capital, we don't have the industries, we don't have the means of production. And we actually want to look for jobs in those spaces. So I think we're actually sitting with that. And what is happening is that our parents grew up under those conditions where they actually had to look for a job, and we are actually following suit. So I think if our government was serious, our African governments were serious about anything to begin with, the very first thing is that they will focus on us actually owning our own economy as a continent or as a country. And I think then even our minds will shift. It's the same as when you have land. Even your mind starts changing, about what you can actually do, the possibility of what you can do. But if you don't even see the possibility of even owning a farm, because Olam can have a degree in engineering and agriculture and all that, but as soon as he wants to buy a farm, it's only John who is actually going to get it, even if John does not even have any experience in agriculture. So, that is another. And then, Malisela, the one thing that I can say is this, and this is probably the dangerous part. There are things that do not make sense. You think hard and you ask yourself a question, man, why do you have life orientation at school? Why do you have maths, maths literacy? What I learned is this. It may not be true because I may not be having hard facts, but we as African leaders are being paid money to make sure that we underdevelop our own countries. When we put out a tender to say that we want to build a tar road, it's not about a tar road. It's actually about us finding a way to loot. When we say that we've got this training program and this training program, we are actually opening more holes to actually loot as the leaders. So you think that, oh, this minister is speaking brilliantly, they want to do A, B, C, and D. Little do you know that actually this guy is like, how am I going to charge this money? And this is a trend in South Africa, that corruption and looting have been so legalized that it's actually the norm within the government. Okay, I hope you take that well. Ron, your question about whether students should do certain subjects like maths and science and other things is, I wouldn't say students should do A, B, C, or D, but what I can say is that from a young age, our communities should be well informed, about how to even advise young people, how to even spot talent at a young age, so that we can actually guide them, to the ones where they actually fit. And most importantly, when we went to school back in the day, you either had to choose maths or you had to choose general. That's it. So you did not have much of a choice. And you look at the general, it was agriculture, history, and business studies, and you're like, oh, this combination. So I think even our public schools are actually doing a disservice to us because of what they are actually giving to us. Let me actually stop there. But I do think that we actually need to expand the opportunities. I think Amata Sen will be saying that we need to actually give people capabilities. Thank you.
No. There was another not necessarily addressing some of the questions, but when we talk about the youth, when we talk about employment, not just youth employment, unemployment. When we talk about the economy, when we talk about opportunities in South Africa, generally there's a frustration that sits in, right? It's like there's something not right. We don't know what, right? There's something, and it's an oppressive feeling. It's an oppressive spirit, and I think looking into one section within this feeling, you will see that the issue of career pops up. I'm thinking of this Friedrich Nietzsche's expression that the poor or the weak suffer what they must. Because the strong people will get what they can get out of you. The rich will always, or the stronger, depending, it doesn't matter what the context is. But the reason why we are suffering what we must, it's a position that we probably need to reflect on and see why do we feel this frustration and all of that. And I think largely it's because we are at a disadvantage and we need to sort of look into that.
All right, thank you. There's a hand there and there's another hand. I have a hand there, so I also have a hand, but I thought of just giving everybody an opportunity before I put my own hand up.
Thank you. I have a comment and a question at the same time. I like the point that, like he said, about he doesn't want to choose A, B, and C, D for a student, but some of the streams in schools already are a problem. You'd find that a student doesn't necessarily know what they want to do at the end, but they are told to choose the streams in grade 10. And later on, they realize, I actually like maths, but I did a disservice back there, where I didn't choose maths. Now I can't be that doctor that I've always wanted, and my results are very nice, but I don't have the maths. So I feel, I don't know what needs to change, but we are having a problem there. How do you then tell a child at grade 10, who they don't even know what they want to do in life, to say, choose this subject, or these are the available streams that you have? A person then chooses economics, whereas they wanted to do something else. Or maybe the stream itself does not really even support what you can do in varsity. So that is where I feel like it started, maybe it is continuing, or this is where the problem basically lies in terms of careers. And then the other thing is, when we talk about career day, we always talk about university. We never talk about the TVET. Now, TVET gives you a skill wherein you can build your own career or something, or create a job of your own. You'll do something. But I never see a TVET going to schools to present, this is what we have. And that is where the community always looks at TVET as, "Hi man, that is not even an option. You only think of TVET 1 now, you can't go to varsity." So that is another thing that maybe like you will drive the TVETs to go to the schools to say, "Hi man, this is what we do." You don't necessarily even have to get to grade 12. You can actually now, after grade 10, you can go there and learn a skill and actually do everything that you've always wanted. So that's what I want to say.
Okay, Lucky actually wrote a book talking about TVET as a misplaced priority. Why didn't you have it in your presentation, bruh? All right. But you can have the book. I think you can. It's in the library, not so. Yes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, colleagues. I think I have 2 questions. I think the first one briefly is to the respondent, Olwam, who it seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there's an argument that you're making that the political elite, or maybe for lack of a better word, the government has a responsibility to create jobs. So I just need clarity as to whether that's what you're saying, because then that kind of breeds certain levels of expectations and complacencies when it comes to those that should be employed. But yeah, just clarity on that. And I think for Bralagi, there's always there seems to be a disjuncture that I struggle with as well, whether the problem lies in the theory or it lies in the praxis. So in the context of education in South Africa, for example, are we having a problem at the level of policy, where the type of policy that is put in place and thus translated provides results that are undesirable? Or do we have a problem in terms of those that actually should implement the policy? Because once we can have clarity in terms of where the problem lies, I think then we have a step ahead in terms of what it is that we need to do.
Right. Policy is always a problem. And then, let me get to my brother.
I think for me, coming from the TVET background, because I'm a TVET lecturer, some of those things we have been struggling with. Maybe for me, the question to ask, whose education is this for? Are we being educated for us to get employed, or are we educated to create jobs? If you are saying that we need to create something for us, where are the means? Because we talk that, yes, we have given you skills, but have you given these people the resources to start this, whatever business, whatever things that you are talking about? Because I struggle a lot when, especially the Minister of Education, and then say, this skills this skills that. And then you find out, yes, the students, they are done. Do they have what it takes for them to start those businesses? Did you give them the resources? Because it's very easy for John. You said John, his father was a farmer. For him, it's a quick something to transit to farming. Yes, you have given me the farming skills, but I don't have land, as you alluded. So we just need now to question that, whose education who's this education? Who is it for? At the same time, also, one thing that I kind of now struggling, because we have now turned education to be what? To be a business. It is a business. Even you find out in these TVET colleges, what we now do, the courses that we are now like it or not, the ones that government is kind of funding. All those like your QTCO, we kind of sideline them. We don't want them because they are not ministerially funded. So I think there is a deeper problem that maybe from your experience you can, and us.
All right, it looks like you have a lot of things to answer, but I see a lot of curriculum questions. Funding is feeding curriculum, eh? So I'll end there. Oh, okay. So I'll start from you because Lucky might take.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Karabo, for the question. Does the government really need to create jobs? Is the task of creating jobs allocated to government to perform? The reason why I referred to that book of Mweletse Mbeki was because I was also thinking about time and the importance of those who have political power during that particular dispensation. There's a reason for that, for the majority of the people to allocate their vote for these, what was it when they go and manifesto. It's because there's a need that needs to be met, and they allocate their power because they expect these ones who say it, they should deliver. That's number one. Number two, if I were to answer that question directly, no. But I'm not one that doesn't need government within the creation of an economy, the support for the poor, the marginalized, the regulation that needs to be put in place so that local markets are not exploited by those who come in who might have advanced economies, but then they come and buy out the locals, such that the locals do not have anywhere else to go. So the government intervention, therefore, is important for that regard. Like he talks about maybe a reflection also to what you were saying, whose education is this for, and does this education have to create jobs, or is it this education for us to be employed or to create businesses? So thinking that in mind, Lucky has a comment also in his book, in this article that I was reading, where there's an experience of a fish in the water that knows how to operate. The environment fits the fish very well compared to the fish out of water. That, number one, the environment seems to be foreign and it's actually quite draining, and you are suffocating, you're going to die. And he refers to this as how most of the subjects that he has studied seem to feel that they are outside of their own natural habitat. And my point in that is that we have political leadership that are supposed to create an environment that doesn't just discard these people and say that you are unemployable, you are this, and all of that, and instead create a lot of hopes, such that right now, if we were to look, how old should one be? How old are those who manage to buy their own property? You probably won't find a lot of 20-year-olds. You probably won't find a lot of 25-year-olds. The 30-year-olds are struggling in so many things in life. I don't want to bring this to umgobo or anything. And then you realize that even at the university, how the university employs, and I know it's a university, I'm not talking to the people who work in the university. I'm talking about the university, the system, that no one ever asked this. In the university, how many people are employed permanently? How many people are employed as interns, renewable every year? And how precarious that arrangement is. And people think that they are building a career, but you have not even started because no one has given you permanency in this. And then there are still more people coming. They're able to chuck you out because they know that there's more unemployed graduates coming out, and they'll replace you like this. And it's a political thing that needs to be dealt with at a political level as well. Because if you deal with it individually, your contract is not going to be renewed. I can say that I'm not employed by the university, but I know the experience. I doubt so many people can ask directly, can we look at the careers in the university? Is the university really employing its own product? No, you are underemployed mostly, most of the time. And those are things that come to mind when I think about the political, the importance of political leadership, because individual people become vulnerable.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for the questions. Of course, Karabo, you directed your question to Olwam. I don't know. Why do we pay tax? That I honestly don't know. What is this? Why do we even have a government to begin with? I mean, so that is actually one thing that we probably need to dig deeper to actually check. So if there is a government, what is the role of the government in all these things that we are talking about? Thanks for that. And then the question between policy and practice. Of course, there is always a chicken and egg situation between policy and practice, because when you have a policy, you expect people to actually implement that policy, and the policy is also developed by people. Most people are based at universities who actually work around the issues of policy, even educational policies. But what I can say is that policies, first and foremost, are made at a particular time for a particular purpose. And of course, they have to be revised over time to make sure that they always meet their needs. But what I can always also say is that policies are not necessarily made in a vacuum. You know, we don't just make a perfect policy because I think sometimes when we think about the intentions of our institutions, we actually think that everything is actually about us as the people. It's actually for the good of the people. And being part, because I've been part of several policies in this country, especially in education. Okay, maybe this is dangerous. Yeah, let me not say it. But no, I'll say it. I will apologize later. Policies are not necessarily meant in the best interest of individuals. There are so many things at play there. Most of our policies are funded externally. You ask yourself a question, why would the EU spend their money funding our departments? Why? Why? No, ask yourself a question. Why do they even care? Do they even care? What do they get out of it? So already there is a direction that is given by whoever is actually providing the money. Patrick Lumumba says that there is no free lunch. As a continent, we are being owned, and our policies are the expressions that are actually not of our own. So policy for me is problematic. I don't even want to talk about policy. Okay. It is problematic in that sense that where it comes from, you do not want to go there. Okay, thank you. The point that, but thanks for that question, Karabo. It's actually one of the questions that we actually need to actually dig deeper. Because I was just thinking vaguely about John Maynard Keynes, you know, and the welfare state, and I was thinking about the free market, and of course, my memory of those is a little bit, you know, fading away a little bit. So, but I think it's actually something to actually go and actually dig deeper from the beginning. Why do we even pay these guys? Why do we have a president? Why do we have a minister of education? Why do we even have public schools? For what? Because at the end of the day, the public schools were actually designed so that we can fulfill, we can become a certain people, educated or trained, so that we can fulfill a particular purpose. Whose purpose is that? Is it ours, or is it that of the one who's actually putting in the money, or whoever designed the system? That one that you actually mentioned, Mlalo, I think our schools we need diversity. We actually need more than what we actually currently have. Because I tell you, even every time when I'm home in the rural schools, we continue to have these 2 streams. And I'm still wondering, and they even reduced now subjects to 6. And with 6 subjects, with life orientation not being counted when you go to university, the chances of my people there, of even coming to university, are actually very slim. And we see fewer and fewer of them. And you ask yourself a question, was that even designed to help the people, or is there a particular agenda? I will give you one example. When our former president received money to build some power stations, including the one called Kusile and the one in Limpopo, I don't remember what the Medupi. When they were building Medupi power station, it was said that South Africa does not have welders. So we have to bring Chinese welders. Now, rewind. Who funded those power stations? China. What is the population in China? Crazy. They don't have enough jobs in China. They fund projects in our country, and then they create jobs for their people. Why in the world would Cuba give us agricultural engineers during the COVID? If you know the story, not doctors, agricultural engineers. We have the best agricultural engineers in the country, but Cuba is giving us agricultural engineers. And when people started complaining, only to discover that someone received something. And that is the nature of things. You know the story of the soccer game that was happening and the monies that were actually received. I think that's actually a common one. So with this one, Ezekiel, you say whose education is this? So you actually ask this. I think at some point, everybody has to decide what they want to do with it. You get this education, what do you want to do with it? However, what I can say is that sometimes you can do something because the environment allows you to do it. Our country, for example, I ask myself time and again, how difficult is it to produce a car, a phone, a laptop? So we don't produce all those things. So it means all the people who could be employed in these things are not going to get jobs. So if your country is hostile to many careers, it means you will have to go to Germany if you want to work for a car company. You have to go to all those countries. So our country, even in the agricultural sector, for example, is reducing the chain of production by transporting all the raw materials because they are getting euros and dollars. Is there another question? Another? Okay, let me actually stop there. But as far, I think Olom actually alluded to this, Karabo, that a government must be an enabler, not a stumbling block towards our progress. Thanks.
All right, we'll get the last round of questions. It looks like I'll not ask mine, so it's fine. There are two hands, but I thought there was another hand before your hand. Yes. So I'll have to give it to him. You gave a comment, now you want to give a question.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. I think partly my question was answered, but not fully. I'm in the agricultural sector, and the problem that we have is you go to school and you look for work after diploma, and then when you get to government institutions, you are told, oh, you need to have honors. Then you go to get your honors. When you get back, oh, you need 10 years experience. And you count back, when I was doing grade 10, that's actually where I should have started having experience. How is that possible? So there is a problem with that I don't know how it can be managed. And also with the exports and imports. I'm a farmer, and also I'm a smallholder. The problem now is, okay, I produce my vegetables, I produce my rabbits, chickens, but then there is a market. There is SPAR, there's Pick and Pay, and there's local markets. But then for me to supply those markets, I need paperwork, which is never approved. For me to export these products, I need paperwork that is never approved. And yet you'll find that we have oranges that are imported from China or whichever country, whereas we have so many orange producers that are never approved to supply the markets. So what can be done in that? And also, I have a grade 4 brother who is in private school. I was listening to him teaching me things while I'm in university, postgrad. Now, where is the problem? I was taught in grade 4, I was taught Uno Masele, Paya Entilin. Where has that benefited me? And yena, he's taught about science. So what can be done in those things as well? Because yeah, there's a very big problem with the system.
All right, thank you. Just keep it. Oh, sorry, your name, please.
Bongeka Kepuza.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pelele Zuma. I want to respond to TVET lecturer. Okay, all right. So I'm one of the product that's coming from TVET College. I did my diploma, which is NQF6 of public management. And this diploma didn't work for me. Then I did to apply for degree, which is TVET lecturing. So in future, I will become a TVET lecturing. But my diploma of public management, which is I studied at TVET College, it didn't work for me. So in future, how can I motivate the students who come in class, but bear in mind, I know the truth that this qualification, it doesn't work for me. So I want to reply to lecturer that education, I can emphasize that education is just a business. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Nay.
I will try. Okay, I have a question now. Based on Ulaki, you mentioned something that we do not navigate with clarity, right? That we're just finding the way as we go. And it's so painful because other people are actually given the mentorship that they actually want or they need. And I've also realized that in as much as we have resources in South Africa, but we also need the skill on the mentorship in how to utilize them in a sustainable manner, that we also keep them in a good way. We become stewards of the natural resources, so much that even the upcoming generations are actually can benefit. Now my question is, we're doing this research. How are they gonna be applicable into these policies? Because now we've found that the policies are not actually looking to the people who will be benefiting in the lower ground. Because take it like this, we have the top-down approach instead of the down-up approach, where we're supposed to get there and find what are these people struggling with. Then in us creating these policies now, we make a policy that is going to be effective when it is on the implementation stage. We make these brilliant policies, but when we have to implement them, it's really hard because we never included the people down there. So I want to actually be answered on that one.
All right, thank you. Research doesn't solve every problem, and also, the government know about all the things you're complaining about. They just need goodwill and smart people to implement it.
We have close. 5 minutes.
Yeah, just be quick.
No, I'm never quick. Anyway, the question of policies, may I leave that to Olwam, mostly because Olwam understands this idea of democracy than I do, because we're actually talking about a democratic country. How do we even hold these people accountable? How do we even ensure that these policies are actually implemented the way that they are supposed to be implemented? So let me leave that to Olwam to deal with. But I just want to say one thing. I think since we are now just left with a few minutes, to say that research surely is crucial. I think we know that. But we hope that this research can find expression in policy and also in practice. But not just government practices, but also our individual practices in terms of how we actually contribute in our own communities based on what we know, even in our families. Because now we are even facing a challenge of, back in the day, we used to walk 5 kilometers to school and back, but these days kids don't do that no more. And you ask yourself a question, is it because this 5 kilometers is longer than before or what? But what you find is that we have reached a certain level and now we need a different kind of motivation. Now we work for our children, will the children have the same passion to work for the things that you have already provided for them? That is yet another thing, that when they are thinking about their careers, is it the same way that we were escaping poverty? What are they escaping now? Maybe now we actually need a lot of innovation to actually make sure that they have something to live for, rather than to actually say that, look for a job. I mean, everybody has a job. Now people want to be TikTokers, you know? They want to be vloggers. It's a job. It's a high-paying job. If you're a TikToker, it's a career. You see? So, what I want to say is that it's all about culture. And by culture, I don't mean when you wear those clothes on the 24th of September. I mean, culture is how we think about things. How we think is actually cultural. And that is actually where we actually do. How do we think about anything? How do we even think about education? How do we think about career? How do we think about our role in society? Two, how do we relate to innovation? How do we relate to technology? Are we just taking selfies and post them there on Instagram? Or do we want to be part of innovation? When ChatGPT comes, do we want to debate whether we use ChatGPT or not? Or do we have to find creative ways of actually creating platforms for AI that we can use? How do we relate to technology and advancement? How do we relate to the economy? Do we want to relate to the economy as workers? Do we want to relate to the economy as business people? Or how do we even think about this? Because I think at the end of the day, it is your habitus, it is your subconscious that makes you actually think. Every time you think about money, you know, you actually think that you should ask for it from somebody else, or you should actually work for it. But how do we relate to these things? And the last part is that, okay, that was the last. Economy and money is more or less the same thing, you know? It's culture. How do we transform our own thinking? You know, you should read that book by Catherine Odora Hopas, one of my favorite authors, Rethinking Thinking.
Okay, there's so much to say. I knew that I should have gone first, like him. First, maybe just two things as my parting shot, because I really cannot respond to everything now. We must question the world, honestly. We must question the world. And it's not enough that we are thinking about it, we are talking about it, we are here, because we know, as you are saying, Uspelele, that you find it hard to motivate them because you know. My biggest problem, or my biggest worry now, is the fact that you know that is your truth, and look at how difficult it is for you to give that truth honestly to those who might need it. You know, what are the barriers, what are the challenges? And it's something we need to think about, what is happening there. I have a suspicion. And then lastly, I've opted for something called a Protean career in this career talk. When I was in, one of my undergrads, my undergrad majors was in industrial psychology, and they taught us there about the need to, for one to be in charge of their own career direction, as opposed to letting it only be determined by those who employ you, because you then become, you become what they give to you. You are the value that they give to you. If I say it's 5,000 rand that I have, and you need the 5,000 rand, your next 5 years are going to remain at that 5,000 level, and you can't do much, and your psyche, habitus, he's saying, starts to form around that 5,000 rand. You don't know, you don't even think anymore that you can actually apply for a 50,000 rand job, because now you've spent much time. So this thing that I've done, it's not all too good, all too well, but it was informed by this question of career, that I just didn't want anyone anymore to tell me how much I'm worth. And then the question of democracy. Okay, the question of democracy for me, I'm really interested in thinking about how did things begin, and loosely in the academy, this is regarded as philosophy, and I don't think it's just that. It's really what I want to know. Who said, were we all there when we said we wanted a democratic dispensation in South Africa? Were we all here can you raise your hand if you were there? Who said that I want to go to school, stay this, no, and then go to work and then get married? And who gave me that timeline? Were you there when they made that decision? So there's so many things that are happening that now one of those things is who do I become? And then now someone has given me all the careers that I should be. I know I need the money. But so the question of democracy, we are in a democratic dispensation in Dano means. But I'm telling you that the majority currently today have nothing to do with the policy. Someone analyzed them and put them together. And we can go on to find out why is it the case. But generally, we all have to concede that there will be leaders, there will be people that will make decisions for us. The biggest thing we need to do is to actually choose them. And secondly, another biggest thing that we need to do is to choose our lives.
All right, please, can you clap for the presenters, please? I think I didn't anticipate that we'll have a lot of questions. That was a good birthday gift for you. And I like the conversation, and you guys were determined that I don't ask my own question, and I really appreciate that. So we'll close the session now, but because I didn't ask my own question, we are going to write a paper about it, okay? Yes, because it was about careership as a curriculum discourse. How do you reverse the current trend? I see most people were asking questions about, a lot of them were complaining, but not thinking of the solution in their responses. And we are in an education space where you're here because there's a certain level of thinking. And all of these problems can only be solved if we decide to sit down as a team. And not just these two, my two friends and brothers here. No, it's all of us to solve that problem in any way we are, okay? So thank you so much. I will close the session, and I wish that the conversation continue beyond this space so that we can now see and seek ways of having solutions to those problems. All right, thank you so much again.
Thank you, Oshas. What time is it? What time is it?
two, 1, 2, 1, 2. It's coming and go.
1, 2, 2, 1, 2. One, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yep. 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2, 2. Yeah. How's it? Testing, testing.
On the laptop. Okay, let's go. Which I save it just on desktop. Okay, there we go there. And then do I just double? Okay, great. What happened on the? So they have a different situation. Oh, it's this one. Ah, perfect. Yeah, I can see what's happening. So test, test. Is it on? Looks like it. That should be good. Test, test, test. Very nice.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. We apologize. I hope you can hear me. We apologize for the technical difficulties. So this session is really about the role of law in improving service delivery. You know, we've got 3 spheres of government in the country, and the one that is often, you know, brandied about as the closest to the community is in relation to local government law, you know. So each and every one of the 3 presentations are going to touch on the role of law in improving service delivery, and we hope to get some insight from the 3 fellow presenters on what the law is currently doing to improve the lives of the citizenry, and what are the current gaps in improving the lives of the citizenry, and how can it be, you know, what can be done in order to fill those gaps, and so on and so forth. So we do hope to get such insight from the presenters. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Mr. Fuong. Pardon me for my misrepresentation of your surname. Mr. Fuong is an associate with MC Bota, right? And he's also a master's student looking at the, you know, the various legal obligations pertaining to municipalities, and, you know, the various disputes that underline you know, the payment of electricity. So he works a lot with, you know, the litigating disputes between municipalities and ESCOM and so on and so forth. But I don't want to take his job. I think he's more suited to telling us about his research. Yes, yes. Yeah.
Good morning, can everybody hear me? There we go. My name is Reid Fung. As alluded to, I am an associate at MC Bota Incorporated, a firm that specializes in public law litigation. I'm also a master's student here at the Nelson Mandela University, and my research dissertation is titled "The Role Players in Legal Disputes Concerning the Disconnection of Electricity Supply." So in today's discussion, and also in my master's thesis, the center is a dispute between 2 organs of state, 2 spheres of government, regarding electricity. And the basis of that is what we call recurring disputes between ESCOM and municipalities regarding municipal non-payment for bulk supply of electricity. So currently, municipalities are indebted to ESCOM to the tune of 78 billion rand. And just for an outline of how it all works, municipalities are obligated and they are empowered by the Constitution to reticulate electricity. That means they are empowered to distribute electricity to end users being ourselves as residents, and also businesses and consumers. So that's what municipalities are empowered to do in the electricity supply industry. ESCOM, on the other hand, they are the historical monopoly generator of electricity. What they do is they generate electricity, which is then supplied either to end users, ourselves directly, or usually what happens is ESCOM supplies electricity to municipalities. Municipalities will then take the electricity supplied by ESCOM, and they will then distribute that to ourselves as end users. Now what happens is we will pay pay municipalities for the electricity which they supply. What municipalities are then supposed to do is they must take the monies which we pay them for the electricity, and they must then pay ESCOM. Now that gap, that results in the debt which ESCOM is owed by municipalities, 78 billion rand. And what that does is it hinders ESCOM's ability to invest in generation, transmission, and distribution. So those are the 3 spheres that ESCOM perform in the electricity supply industry. So municipalities are doing something wrong, but likewise, ESCOM's part of the problem too. So that's the issue which I'm looking at. Then just municipalities, for various reasons, they fail to pay ESCOM. You know, one of the reasons obviously would be corruption, but that's not the only part. We have a very regulated industry, and because of all of the laws that intertwine, it makes it quite difficult for ordinary municipal workers to actually be able to understand what it is that they're meant to do. So that's part of the problem as well. But nevertheless, municipalities fail to pay ESCOM for the electricity which they do receive and actually provide to us. So that's the problem there. And then a big part as well is municipalities aren't paying ESCOM the money which we give to them. What they're doing is they're using that to finance other parts of their budget. But municipalities are actually compelled to use the money which we give them in terms of paying for our electricity. They're meant to take that money and repair electricity infrastructure. So Summerstrand knows it all too well, where they had a big problem where the electricity got disconnected just last week or 2 weeks ago. And part of the problem was aging infrastructure. And aging infrastructure needs to be part of the budget. You know, they need to repair this aging infrastructure, and they need to use the money which we pay them for that electricity. And that's not happening. So how do we solve this dispute? Now, one of the issues which I'm considering in my dissertation and what I would like to speak about today is who is obligated to resolve these disputes. So what's happening in practice is that municipalities will fail to pay ESCOM for the electricity. ESCOM will then go to the municipality, give them a whole lot of options, and in the end, municipalities continually fail to pay ESCOM for their electricity. So ESCOM then goes to the municipality and says, we will now disconnect you. But in practice, ESCOM isn't disconnecting a municipality. They're disconnecting the electricity from the entire population which the municipality is obligated to assist, to control. So then what happens in practice is that usually it's organized business, and that's the kind of people that we act for at our firm. Organized business will then approach court, and they will ask for an interdict preventing ESCOM from disconnecting the electricity to the municipalities. Now, usually what happens is the courts will look at this problem and they'll say, wow, it's really not a problem which the residents should be faced with, the businesses should be faced with. So what we're going to do is we're going to grant an interdict, and we're going to do a few other things. Either we're going to refer the matter back to the organs of state to resolve, or we're going to just, say the status quo must stay like it is. You're not allowed to interdict. You're not allowed to prevent. You're not allowed to stop the electricity to the residents. So this is why the problem continues. It's now sitting at 78 billion rand. Last year it was 60 billion rand. The problem continues, and why is that? So what I'm considering in my research and what I will speak about today is how does all of the laws play together? Who is meant to resolve this dispute? Is it ESCOM? Is it municipalities? Is there a third party? Does it go straight up to the president? Who's involved? So the role players you would have gauged from what I've been speaking about now, the first one would obviously be ESCOM as the generator of the electricity. ESCOM will then supply to municipalities. They will be the second role player. Municipalities will then supply to ourselves as end users. But then we have a third person that's basically the head honcho in the electricity supply industry, and that's the National Energy Regulator of South Africa, also known as NERSA. So in this discussion on the role of law in improving service delivery, I want to narrow it down into the question of, is there a duty on NERSA to resolve disputes in the electricity supply industry? Is there a duty on NERSA to resolve this dispute between ESCOM and municipalities? So the starting point, as always, would be the Constitution. In the recent Constitutional Court case of ESCOM versus Vaal River Development Association, the court considered this so-called right to electricity. Very vaguely, there isn't a right to electricity specifically enshrined in the Constitution. We have the right to life, the right to dignity, access to healthcare services, but there's no exact right to electricity. So what happens then is the courts will infer the right to electricity by attempting to protect the other constitutional court rights. So in order to protect the right to dignity, right to healthcare, environment, life, basic education, you have to protect the right to electricity. And that is known as the unenumerated right to electricity. And that's contained in a few constitutional court judgments, one of them being Vaal River, another one is the City of Johannesburg versus Joseph, also a very important case regarding the duty on municipalities to provide basic services, and one of those basic services being the provision of electricity. So the unenumerated right to electricity is not the only avenue to consider these disputes. There's also many, many obligations on the organs of state involved. So which act now governs the electricity supply industry? That is the Electricity Regulation Act, together with the National Energy Regulator Act. So the National Energy Regulator Act, or NERA for short, that is the act which creates NERSA, who I discussed earlier, and then the Electricity Regulation Act works in unison with it to empower NERSA with all of these different rights and obligations. And then just there, Section 2, very important, the object of the ERA is to achieve the efficient, effective, sustainable, and orderly development and operation of electricity supply infrastructure in South Africa. So all the different role players involved in the electricity supply industry, they are all obligated to adhere to those objects of the ERA. Let's just go back to this. So I've spoken about NERSA, I've spoken about the municipalities, I've spoken about NERSA and Eskom, and now I'll speak about municipalities, who are in very, very important spheres of government. And in terms of Section 152 of the Constitution, the objects of local government are to provide democratic and accountable government and ensure the provision of services. In terms of Section 156, the reticulation of electricity is one of those services. So municipalities have a constitutional obligation to provide electricity. And then there's various pieces of municipal legislation, the Structures Act, the Municipal Finance Management Act, and the Structures Act. These all work together to assist municipalities in performing their constitutional obligations. So in discussing these various spheres of government, these various organs of state, they are all bound by the Constitution in terms of Chapter 3, which is the cooperative governance principle. Essentially, municipalities, organs of state, regulators, they must work together in terms of the Constitution. And you'll see here in Section 41, it says that municipalities must provide, that's a must, not a may, they must provide effective, transparent, accountable, coherent government, and they must cooperate with one another. And then Section 41, subsection 2, says that legislation must include dispute resolution mechanisms. So, when there isn't a dispute resolution mechanism in an Act of Parliament, then there's a specific act called the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, or IRFA for short, because you don't want to say that too many times. Then IRFA will govern that intergovernmental dispute. But in terms of Section 39 of IRFA, the Act does not apply if there is a specialized provision in another Act which governs that dispute. So then we go back to the Electricity Regulation Act, which governs the electricity supply industry. We go back to the Electricity Regulation Act and we see if there is a specific provision in the ERA which governs this dispute. And then we'll arrive at Section 31B of the ERA, which says that the regulator must, in relation to any dispute arising out of the ERA, they must, if it is a dispute between a customer and a licensee, settle that dispute by such means and on such terms as the regulator thinks fit. That's it. That's what the ERA provides. So then, if we look at it like that, IRFA will not apply to this dispute. So now I want to take you through pieces of case law which have looked at this dispute between Eskom and municipalities and the ultimate disconnection to end users. So in one of the first cases, Cape Gate versus Eskom, the High Court was faced with the same problem. End users, organized business in the form of Cape Gate, they came to the High Court and they said, please give us an interdict to stop Eskom from disconnecting the electricity supply to our municipality. We've paid our rates and taxes. All that's happened is that the municipalities have not paid that money onto Eskom. How can we lose our services because of their failure? And the High Court looked at it, and they said that, no, currently province, in this case it was Gauteng, currently province has intervened in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution, and they're going to try and solve this dispute their own way. Province is now going to take over the role that the municipalities are meant to play in the electricity supply industry, which they're allowed to do. So the court said, look, this process is happening, this Section 139, we're going to refer this matter back to the organs of state to resolve in terms of Section 139 and actually in terms of the cooperative governance principle. Cool. Then in Eskom versus Resilient, this is a Supreme Court of Appeal case. Similar situation where you have municipalities who is almost 2 billion rand to Eskom, and Eskom say, you're not going to pay us this money back, we're going to disconnect your electricity supply. So again, Resilient, an end user, organized business, they come to court and they say, please give us an interdict. And the court granted the interdict. And they said that Eskom must comply with the provisions of IRFA. The discussion I had earlier about how IRFA only applies when there are no specialized provisions. So the Supreme Court of Appeal specifically said that IRFA applies to the dispute. So that makes it settled law. Now that's a precedent. In the latest case, Eskom versus Vaal River, the court again was referred to this by, it was the Supreme Court of Appeal that came in the quarter quo. The Supreme Court of Appeal held the same thing. They said that Resilient, the facts are very, very similar, and so we're going to say the same thing. We're going to say that Eskom needs to go back and resolve this dispute in terms of the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act. That judgment got appealed to the Constitutional Court, the highest court in our land. And the Constitutional Court looked at the dispute. A very interesting judgment because it's actually got this brilliant tug of war between two justices. The minority judgment was, I believe it was 5 votes, and then the majority judgment 6. So a very, very, very tight decision. And in the minority judgment, the courts commented, and they said, no, the Supreme Court of Appeal has made a mistake here. IRFA does not apply to this dispute because there's a specialized provision in Section 31B of the ERA, which says that NERSA, in a dispute between a customer, a municipality, and a licensee, being Eskom, the NERSA must then settle that dispute between those two organs of state, spheres of government. So that's Section 30. And the minority judgment, because of the fact that it is a minority judgment, it's not precedent. And the status quo remains where IRFA is actually being held to apply to this dispute. And because of that, the municipal debt increases year on year. It's 78 billion currently. I am very worried to see what it'll be next year this time. And so the conclusion being that the ERA governs this dispute between Eskom and municipalities regarding the municipal non-payment for bulk supply of electricity. The ERA governs it. And then from this, it appears that the courts, but also the organs of state and spheres of government, they have failed to apply the law correctly in that they have not used Section 31B of the ERA to resolve these disputes. They've gone all over the place. They've looked at Section 139, which granted most likely applies to these municipalities because they are so insolvent. And then they've looked at other things like IRFA, mediation, but really, in fact, the answer should be quite simple. It should be Section 31B of the ERA, which applies. So to bring it back to the discussion today on the role of law in improving service delivery, the conclusion is that we have a brilliant vehicle in the ERA, in our law, but the organs of state who are driving this vehicle, they're not doing it properly. In the case of municipalities, they are maybe drunk behind the wheel. So we have law, and the law plays a very important role, but more so the organs of state and individuals involved. They need to apply the law correctly, and in that way, we can use the law to improve service delivery. Thank you.
I just want to check with my colleague at the back. Were you able to fix our little problem? Okay. Okay, so I think what we will do to just to save time, I think let Mandela can present, and then we will try and sort it out after Ms. Gianna has presented. So as she comes forward, I'll load up her presentation is with me. So yeah. Can I remove this one? Okay. The presentation is on my laptop. So Ms. Gianna is a postgraduate associate with the Faculty of Law here at the Nelson Mandela University, and she's also a master's student. And she will be giving a presentation on aspects of her research.
Do you recycle? But most importantly, do you separate your waste before the collection by the municipality? Good afternoon. My name is Zandile Gianna, and you're probably wondering why I asked you these questions. Well, did you know that a maximum of 10% of waste is recycled and about 90% of waste ends up in landfills in South Africa? These statistics are worrisome because South Africa is currently facing a waste crisis and landfills are running out of airspace. My research examines the current state of solid waste recycling and how household separation of waste can be used to divert waste from landfills and minimize illegal dumping to ensure the protection of the environment. The title of my research is there a legal obligation on municipalities to obligate their residents to separate waste at source? However, the title is still being revised and will change. In recent decades, there has been a huge increase in the volumes of waste generated globally, and the amount keeps growing. Globally, approximately 2.01 billion tons of waste is generated, and the amount keeps growing. This was generated in 2016, and 3.4 billion tons is expected by 2050. So, what is waste? In layman's terms, most waste is a byproduct of human activities, and it is rooted in the management of unwanted and discarded materials. In the past, these materials were disposed of without considering their environmental impacts and their potential for reuse or recycling. The Environmental Conservation Act is the first South African legislation to define what waste is, and it refers to any substance, material, or object discarded, disposed of, or intended to be discarded. However, most of ICA has been repealed, and in its place is the National Environmental Management Waste Act, which is the Waste Act. The definition of waste is now found under Section 1 of the said Act. In many countries, waste is divided into two categories, which is hazardous and general waste. Both types of waste are harmful to the environment if improperly managed. Hazardous waste is anything with harmful properties that has the potential to cause harm to human health as well as the environment. General waste is anything that does not pose an immediate hazard or threat to human health or the environment. General waste includes domestic refuse, which are disposable materials produced by individuals in households. These include, for instance, food, paper, metals, plastics, and in some instances, commercial and industrial waste. In many countries, landfills are commonly used as the main method of waste disposal because of 1, the low relative cost, and 2, the low technical requirements associated with their usage. Yet they are the most environmentally harmful method in waste management practices and consequently harm the environment, including contamination of soil and water, altering of furnace, biogas and leachates, and they can cause fires in extreme circumstances. They can also lead to explosions, leading to the release of hazardous gases into the air, thereby causing pollution. Due to rapid growth, economic development, and urbanizations, many countries like the United States of America, Singapore, Hong Kong, India, Asia, Austria, China, and South Africa are experiencing landfill capacity challenges due to an overflow of waste and or limited space for landfills. One of the ways that countries can divert waste from landfills is to ensure sustainability and reduction of its harmful environmental impact is through the separation of waste at source at household level. This involves setting aside post-consumer waste, which improves the quality of recyclables, and the success of these initiatives lies with the household's willingness to participate in its execution. However, in many countries, public involvement is not prioritized because community residents are seen as passive recipients of government services and are often not included in the municipal decision-making processes. Therefore, the bridge between municipalities implementing waste separation at source and its success should or could be the willingness of residents to participate in its execution. Currently, South Africa generates approximately 122 million tons of general waste annually, and I have stated before, with only just a maximum of 10% being recycled and about 90% ending in landfills or dumped. In working towards solid waste management sustainability, South Africa has adopted an international waste management hierarchy conceptual framework, which is the foundation of how waste should be managed in South Africa. The waste hierarchy is a globally accepted concept to get optimal environmental outcomes when used as a guide to prioritizing waste management practices. Its objective is to generate minimal waste while extracting maximum practical benefits from it.
In addition, it provides a holistic and systematic approach to waste management practices throughout its life cycle so that it can be diverted from landfills using a ranking system based on what is best for the environment. Lastly, it can be divided into two parts: activities that can be carried out by individuals or operational teams at household levels, which are reduce, reuse, and recycled. And the second part contains activities that can be carried out by specialists such as recovery and disposal. The 5 steps of the hierarchy are avoidance and reduction of waste generation, which is the most preferred option. This method refers to any action relating to the design, manufacture, purchase, or use of materials or products that can reduce the amount of waste generated and its toxicity before it enters the disposal system. The second one is reuse. The reuse encourages checking, cleaning, repairing, refurbishing, and where possible, prolonging whole items or spare parts that's preventing waste from entering the disposal system. The third one is recycling, which involves the conversion of waste into its original use or new substances and products. The fourth one is recovery, which includes the action of extracting value from waste and creating forms of energy such as heat and gasification. And then the last one, which is the least preferred method, is used when anything that cannot be recovered, such as hazardous chemicals or asbestos. This includes objects that cannot be safely recycled, and direct treatment or disposal is the most appropriate management option. Separation at source in household is an important component of diverting waste from landfills, especially with its increasing rates in generation. Yet in 2016, about 7.2% of South African households recycled waste, while the General Household Survey indicates that in 2019, only 0.5 to 6.1 of households in metropolitan areas separated their waste at source. This shows a very low recycling rate of the country compared to how much waste is being generated. While municipalities do have the responsibility of refuse removal by implementing effective waste management services, their residents, where applicable, also have to pay for this service. Because they pay for this service, residents often feel that they do not have to participate in initiatives such as separation of waste at source. To change this perception, municipalities might have to legally require their communities to separate waste at source. Therefore, an investigation is necessary to determine the extent to which municipalities can obligate its residents to separate their waste at source. Specifically analyzing the Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality. There has been a multidisciplinary approach in research done on separation of waste at source, for instance, as a tool for sustainability on behavior and perception, including recycling. My research, though, will focus on the national, provisional, and local legal framework relating to waste management, specifically the waste hierarchy, and in the waste hierarchy, separation of waste. In terms of the Constitution, there are 3 categories of municipalities, namely categories A, B, and C. The Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality falls under category A. And municipality has exclusive municipal executive and legislative authority in its area. Nelson Mandela Metropolitan Municipality is located in the Eastern Cape Province, and it was established in 2000 on the 5th of December with a population of about 1.2 million. The generation of waste is increasing, and a sizable portion of it is disposed of improperly, and whereby households are the main generators of this waste. Currently, the municipality has 3 permitted and operating waste landfills. Arlington and Cottersclove for solid waste, and Always, which is operated as a commercial site by a private operator dealing with hazardous waste. The first 2 have a remaining lifespan of 26 years, and the last one has a remaining lifespan of 25 years. So therefore, in the next 2 decades, Nelson Mandela Bay is likely to run out of landfill airspace if nothing is done about it. And generally, it takes approximately 5 years to obtain a license for waste in order to build landfills, and it takes about 12 months for the construction of a new landfill, provided that there's no public opposition to it. Due to the rapid increase of waste generation, waiting for 5 to 6 years is a long time. Hence, now there needs to be something that should be done about it. The problem statement. Section 24 of the Constitution guarantees everyone the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being, and to have the environment protected for the benefit of present and future generations through reasonable legislative and other measures that 1, prevent pollution and ecological degradation, 2, promote conservation, and 3, secure ecological sustainable development and use of natural resources while promoting justifiable economic and social development. And Section 7, subsection 2 of the Constitution mandates the state to respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights contained in the Bill of Rights, in which effective waste management is fundamental to give effect to Section 24B of the Constitution. The National Environmental Act, NEMA, gives effect to this right and serves as the basis for other more specific laws that address specific issues known as Specific Environmental Management Act, SEMAs. And the Waste Act is the specific SEMA that the research will examine. The Waste Act has adopted the international waste hierarchy. The Waste Act applies in the national, provincial, and local spheres of government, yet it is not prioritized. As stated, landfills are still the most used methods of waste disposal, which is harming the environment. And the 3 spheres have a responsibility to ensure that they protect the environment for the benefit of the present and future generation through reasonable legislative and other measures that give effect to Section 24B, paragraph 1 to 3. For local government, this means that their bylaws should reflect the waste hierarchy and prioritize avoidance and reduction, if not possible, reuse, recycle, and recover, and disposal as the last option. Looking at the Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality's solid waste bylaws, there is no provision for separation of waste at source, which improves recyclables, making recycling more effective and efficient, while also diverting waste from landfills, thus protecting the environment from harm. With the current waste crisis, the research examines recycling through separation at waste as one of the ways to employ in order to reduce the amount of waste disposed of in landfills. The aim of the research is to investigate the role of the Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality with regard to household recycling, to identify the inadequacies, if any, of the solid waste bylaws and provide recommendations on how the bylaws can be amended to close the existing gap. There are sub-questions that are in the research, but however, I'll only focus on the primary research question, which is how should the Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality amend its solid waste bylaws to obligate its residents to separate waste at source, to ensure that waste is diverted from landfills, and to minimize illegal dumping. And then the methodology that the research will use is qualitative, and all the sources that are listed on the slides are what I am going to use to investigate my research question in order to find answers. Then with the limitations, it will only be limited to the Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality, and it's also limited to household waste. Therefore, waste such as hazardous waste will not be looked at or investigated in this research, just general waste. Then basically the chapter outlines is how the structure of my research is going to be. Chapter 1 is basically the proposal, and then chapter 2 I'll be looking at the nature of waste and waste management. Then chapter 3, the nature and extent of municipal powers. Then chapter 4 will be the assessment of the waste regime in the Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality. Then chapter 5 will be the implementations of the amendments of the waste bylaws, and then chapter 6 will be the recommendation and conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for your attention. We're going to now move on to Mr. Msimanga, Mr. Lwandile Msimanga, also a master's student with the Nelson Mandela University. And I just want to make a brief announcement. So I don't know if the presenters are going to have a brief moment of questions once we are done. Mr. Msimanga has indicated that he has another meeting that he needs to attend to. So I presume that is going to be as brief as possible. So he needs to be attending another meeting. So without taking his time, let me allow him to speak. Not that it's within my power, but let me just let him speak, and then I can try and summarize all the 3 presentations once he's done. So over to you.
Am I audible? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Am I audible? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me now? Okay. How am I now? How's it? How is it now? Can, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Okay. I would take them that the whole room can hear me as well. Hi, 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 hi. Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. 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 There's quite an echo on my side, though. Okay, I think it's gone now. I tried. You cannot hear me still. Okay, thank you. I tried sharing my screen, but it had said host doesn't allow that function for the purposes of sharing the presentation, but that should be fine then. I'm just pleased to be here with you today, thanks to Doc, facilitator, and to my colleagues, Mr. Reed and Ms. Gianna, who either both of them might have went before me. I will be very brief, I promise. Of course, I'm here to talk about the role of law in improving service delivery. This is relevant to my study, which considers provincial interventions to remedy municipal failure to provide water. Of course, my starting point would be the Constitutional Court's decision in Joseph versus City of Johannesburg and others, where at 34 square J said, the provision of basic municipal services is a cardinal function, if not the most important function of every municipal government. The central mandate of local government is to develop a service delivery capacity in order to meet the basic needs of all inhabitants of South Africa, irrespective of whether or not they have a contractual relationship with the relevant public service provider. The respondents accepted that the provision of electricity is one of those services that local government is required to provide. Indeed, they could not have contended otherwise. He continues to say, in Kondwana Yakub J held that municipalities are obliged to provide water and electricity to residents in their area, as a matter of public duty. Electricity is one of the most common and important basic municipal services and has become virtually indispensable, particularly in urban society. The same would go with water, the same would go with municipal infrastructure such as roads. But interestingly, I'm presenting at a time where the Gqeberha Metro has itself in the past 1 or 2 weeks failed to act consonant with Square J's judgments, with Square J's dictum in Joseph. The residents of Summerstrand, including students, stayed for more than a week without electricity, infringing on their right to education, higher education in this instance. Why? Because municipalities have failed to fix electricity infrastructure, which forms part of their core duty. So goes with municipalities continuously failing insofar as the right to water is related. Of course, this improvement of service delivery cannot be even a discussion without giving credit to cooperative governance outlined in Section 40 of the Constitution, that in the state we have a three-spherical government, national, provincial, and local, which are interdependent, interrelated, and distinctive from each other. Of course, guided by the principles, outlined in Section 41 of the Constitution, that these must work together, cooperate with one another, and not unnecessarily encroach on each other's function. All of this will become clear or apparent as I'm about to conclude. Of course, we are in a decentralized system of governance. By decentralized, we mean that it is the local government that is entrusted with service delivery, particularly because it is the sphere of government closest to the people. So it bears then this function to ensure that services are delivered to our people. Section 152(1)(b) of the Constitution provides that the objectives of local government are to ensure the provision of services to municipalities in a sustainable manner. Sustainability being one of the key features of this research. Simply put, sustainability is concerned with whether many years from my existence will the service delivery itself, looking at how municipalities are currently functioning, transcend my existence. What about future generations? I argue otherwise if municipalities are doing this, and argue further that if law in and itself can achieve this, which is the improvement of service delivery. Section 153 of the Constitution provides for developmental duties of municipalities, budgeting, planning processes to give priority to basic needs of the community and promote economic and social development of the community. Even on this ground, municipalities are failing. I don't know how many municipalities from the top of my head I can say that need rescuing, that are in a perpetual state of financial crisis. When municipalities fail to act in this regard in accordance with Section 153, it means we will lack as far as service delivery is concerned. It means there will be no road infrastructure built. It means electricity infrastructure will continue and then further 2 or 4 weeks without electricity. What then? My study considers greatly the issue of provincial interventions as a remedy to this conundrum that local government is faced with, being the sphere of government that is entrusted by the Constitution, entrusted by the public itself, with ensuring that the public is delivered with services. There is service delivery, to put it correctly. Sorry. My study looks into issues of interventions insofar as Section 139 is concerned. Of course, there are 3 forms of interventions in the main. We're dealing with Section 139(1), which is the assumption of responsibility for the failure when the municipality has failed to fulfill an executive obligation. I argue, relying, of course, on Section 152, relying on parts A, 4B, and 5B of the constitutional schedules, that electricity, water infrastructure, sewage works are part of constitutional obligations that municipalities must be fulfilling. But despite this clear black and white writing in the Constitution, this clear obligation, municipalities continue to fail. How then are provinces not assuming responsibility in line with Section 39(1)(b), assumption of responsibility when there's a failure to fulfill an executive obligation which is sourced from the Constitution? Why? Politics is the spanner in the works. Provincial governments, before intervening, they would have to check whose political interest must we protect. Is this municipality under the ANC or under the DA? I'm using these 2 organizations because the organizations who are mainly either running a province, the other, and the other running municipalities within the province. So that is a problem we face. These are real life issues. So when we have to discuss whether does the law actually have a role to play, we say yes. But can the law in and itself achieve these objectives? I argue otherwise. Then you will have Section 139(4). When there is a serious problem, the municipality is not approving budgets. We would have seen even on City of Tshwane, we would have seen even in Nelson Mandela Bay, where people would spend a whole day in council refusing to approve a budget, forgetting that people need services, forgetting that there's someone in a location as with Ondogwenza and PE, that is so running across their yard while they are just squabbling with these guys. Equally, a third form of intervention is when there is a failure, when the municipality is in a perpetual financial crisis. As a result of that financial crisis, it fails to fulfill executive obligations. A case in point is the Makana municipality in Makanda. I'm about to wrap up. Of course, courts, doc, are littered, are settled, with case law, or cases that have to deal with this subject. Even our jurisprudence is littered with cases of either a successful intervention or an intervention that is not successful. But even when there is a judgment saying a intervention must take place in a certain particular municipality, guess what? Politicians decide to appeal as if there was no need for an order declaring that there must be an intervention. So you have this conflicting things that are happening. There is a failure, but you are dealing with people who don't want to appreciate the existence of the failure. Because they don't want to appreciate the existence of the failure, they counter court judgments. Even court themselves do not even have enough resources to see through to their judgments. So what is my point? What now? Am I arguing that the law has no role to play in improving service delivery? Of course not, it has. But if we are going to put our focus only on the law in achieving this ideal, we will be doomed. Look, it's been 4 years since this year marks 4 years since the High Court decision in Unemployed People's Movement versus Premier of the Eastern Cape Province, which was delivered in 2020, which put the municipality of Makana and Makanda under administration. But I tell you now, if you walk Makanda, your car, if you are driving, your rim or your wheel will be damaged because of the potholes there. These are real life issues. They still don't have water. They still exist in a water-shaking state. Has the law in this case improved their service delivery against the judgment of the court? It has not. Instead, the matter is before the SCA and appeal, last I checked. So then as I close, I argue that reliance on law alone cannot bring about improvement of service delivery, and therefore propose an intersection between law and society as a step forward to countering municipal failure to deliver services. So this is where law and active citizenry working together bring about a more meaningful change. I've seen cases as well where this has successfully happened. The residents in a far-flung area, the residents in Maluti Apafong, in the Free State, Maluti Apafong, sorry, in the Free State, where there was municipal failure to deliver water services. The residents there took it upon themselves, leaders of society, ordinary leaders, business people, took it upon themselves to fix water infrastructure. This is public knowledge. They are referred to as water ambassadors. I think the Socio-Economic Rights Institute has researched a lot on them. The water ambassadors. Where there was society to those pipes, they contribute amongst themselves. And guess what? It turns out politicians themselves and their cronies were involved in sabotaging this water infrastructure itself. So I think my sitting down point, despite being here, is that when we discuss issues of service delivery, we cannot discuss them using our focal point being the law. We have at some point to have an appreciation that society has a role to play. Community and community leaders have a big role to play because our people continue to be subjected to dilapidated conditions. as a result of municipalities failing to fulfill or act consonant with their obligation in Section 152(1)(b) of the Constitution to deliver services to communities in a sustainable manner. So, as I hand over to you, Doc, to just tweak it a bit, I'm challenging us to then say, yes, law has a role to play in improving service delivery, but law alone will not help us. What is my suggestion? Public interest law organizations and even society itself must be galvanized, tap into their agency for awareness, for advocacy, even class actions becoming an option. But equally, that has its own limitation because litigation is very expensive in South Africa. If we wouldn't have freedom under law tomorrow, if we wouldn't have sharing tomorrow, if we wouldn't have equal education tomorrow, if we wouldn't have the Funugwazi tomorrow, if we wouldn't have the LRC tomorrow, I promise you, our people would continue to be subjected to far more dilapidating conditions because the sphere of government entrusted with this very significant task of service delivery continues without. I don't know whether these people have no conscience in themselves, but they continue unabated to flout their constitutional obligations. Thank you, Doc, and thanks to everyone in the room for allowing me time to engage you in this manner. Thank you so much.
I believe you can hear me at the back. I don't know. Before I try my best to summarize what I got from the three papers. I should also stress, in addition to you as the audience, the gentleman at the back, I also have Ms. Terry Adams from RCD. She's here to assist us. You know, when you are working with people, it's not a one-man team. So I just want to, before I get carried away with the discussion and so on and so forth, I just want to acknowledge the people who are here. So thank you for your presence. Thank you for your presence, gentlemen. We appreciate. But at this stage, I just want to try, I think 2 to 3 minutes, just summarize what I got from the papers. The first one dealing with electricity and the disputes. I think just as a one-liner, I can say that you know, from Mr. Fuong's presentation, I got the fact that the principle of cooperative governance permeates even independent state entities, you know, your ESCOM, your municipalities, even though municipalities are not really an independent state entity, if you want, so they're part of the broader sphere of local government. So, but when you now move over to SOEs, for example, like ESCOM, you know, we need to start having conversations around the nature and extent of the doctrine of cooperative governance, even to those state entities. I'll pause there because I don't want to, you know, dilute what you've already told us. And then Ms. Gianne told us about waste management, and we need to ask ourselves the questions, you know, because communities are part of what we term municipalities. So we need to ask ourselves a question of what are the rights of a community, but most importantly, out of rights, we also have obligations. So what are our obligations as the communities of the Nelson Mandela Bay municipalities, but also other municipalities across the country, in ensuring that effective waste management takes place? Because it is not only the responsibility of a municipality, but it is also that of, it is us, you know, as individuals, as members of community, to ensure that the environment does not continue in the manner in which it is continuing now. Nelson Mandela Bay, which is the focus of her research, you know, is a classic example. And then from Mr. Msimanga, He is talking about one thing that is very close to my heart, you know, service delivery. All of them are touching on service delivery, but you know, if you look at the latest Auditor General reports and all sorts of reports you can think of, municipalities across the country are in a dire state. It doesn't matter where, even though I know they say Cape Town, you know, has a clean audit and all of that for this particular financial year or for the past financial year. But what does a clean audit mean for someone living in Khayelitsha, for example? What does a clean audit mean for someone living in all the townships around Cape Town? You know, so those are the real conversations that we need to have, because every time we speak about transformation, but what does transformation mean for someone living in those areas? And it is against that backdrop that Mr. Msimanga speaks of the fact that it is not only the law that has a role to play in improving service delivery, but it is also us, you know, the role of NGOs, us as the public, as scholars, as, you know, in our different capacities, we each have a role to play in ensuring that, in holding municipalities accountable, but also in ensuring that law, politics, and all aspects of societies have maximum impact in ensuring that marginalized communities, you know, their lives improve, and so on and so forth. So on that note, without, you know, going too deep into each and every one of the three papers, I'll hand over to Ms. Terry Adams, and then there's a roving mic here. So anyone who was, you know, who each and every one of these papers caught attention, perhaps they can ask a question or two. We trying to keep with the time. I think we have about 20 minutes or so, and then we will close it off. So thank you.
Where we've implemented this. And one of the things I want to ask you, because this is a practical thing that we are experiencing, is how do you enforce municipal regulations around separating at source to make them effective? Thanks.
It's very interesting on this sort of relationship between all of the role players in the electricity supply industry. So with municipalities now, they're clearly not able to perform their constitutional obligations. But at the end of the day, these are constitutional obligations which they do have. So in a few of the cases, what is happening now is you would apply to NERSA, the regulator, to revoke a municipality's license because they've breached their license condition in not paying Eskom for the electricity which they supply. So then what happens is, you'll revoke their license. Who do you give it to? The natural answer is you give it to Eskom. And that's what's happening in a few cases where Eskom will now become they'll step into the municipality's shoes as the license holder, and they will distribute electricity directly to end users. But if we do that for every single municipality in the country, there's over 200 of them, and a lot of them are not doing their jobs properly, as we've heard from all of the speakers, then Eskom is now taking over the entire constitutional obligation which the municipalities have, and Eskom then will become overworked. Not so. So is there a gap maybe for privatization of municipalities' obligation to reticulate electricity? And that's a discussion as well for another day. But it's something I'm also looking into because it's something that's quite interesting. Historically, municipalities have had this obligation to distribute electricity together with Eskom. What happens then if we add a third party into the mix? Will it solve the problem? Probably. But that's a constitutional challenge that'll have to be made, a constitutional amendment. So that requires further research as well. The, say, privatization of municipalities' right to distribute electricity. Eskom is the one party, but what if we can come in now? Businesses can come in. Similar to the independent power producers coming in the generation sector. So that's allowed, and there's a new electricity, the amendments which took place last month. So that's allowing now more and more people into the generation side. I mean, everybody's putting solar panels on their roof. But what happens if you can choose who you want to distribute your electricity as well? And that's not yet the case. It still rests in municipalities and Eskom. But very interesting.
Okay, thank you, Advocate, for the question. In one of our meetings and discussions, we did touch on that with my supervisors, where we said we'll be dealing with enforcement in Chapter 4, but one of the things that we did talk about was employing peacemakers or peace officers to be one of the people who will then monitor and make sure that there is separation of waste at source by residents.
My question is also for Zandi. Very interesting topic. I was just wondering, Zandi, whether in your research are you considering looking at maybe a comparative aspect, like maybe countries that have successfully done what you are going to look into? Because we know of other countries where it seems that it's part of everyone's culture, basically, or it seems to be the theme also of today, how to make sure that the communities are also involved. Have you identified any maybe countries or maybe even municipalities here in South Africa that have tried to get the householder involved in the process?
All right, so when it comes to drafting the amendment, thank you again for the question, Ms. Daphne. When it comes to drafting the amendment to the waste bylaws, we are going to look at other provinces that have implemented this or have obligated their residents to separate waste at source. For example, in the Western Cape, in Cape Town, it is mandatory for the residents to separate their waste at source. So I am going to be looking at how the other provinces have done theirs.
I was just thinking of Mossel Bay as well. No? I think that's also a good.
Can I maybe just ask, what are the penalties in the Western Cape then, separating its source for non-compliance? You know, we South Africans, look at Uitenhage Road. The national flower is a plastic bag.
Okay, Advocate, I haven't really looked at that yet because it's too far in the research. I'm still dealing with 2 and chapter 3, but I will get to that and I will come and answer you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I have a question for you, Reid. You mentioned about human rights and looking at the Constitution and how electricity isn't mentioned there, and of course the basic need for health care, education, and all of that. Looking at also our coal demand. Our basic needs cannot be met if that non-sustainable resource runs out. So is your research going to cover that, or does it talk about an aspect of that? Because of course businesses can invest with generators, solar power, non-renewable resources. I mean, we have the whole solar panels out here. We have wind power that's going out. We have kucha coming back. So I just want to know, is your research coming from an aspect of that?
Thank you for that question. Unfortunately, it would be a limitation. At the beginning of my research, I do speak about this unenumerated right to electricity, because it's quite interesting that the drafters of the Constitution, way back in 1994, whenever they were drafting it, didn't include the right to electricity. You know, you've got the right to water, and it could be argued that electricity is as essential as water. Could be argued. So what the courts have had to do then is they've had to infer this right to electricity by looking at, you know, the whole electricity framework, all the obligations placed on municipalities, and then looking at the rights enshrined in the Constitution. So that's how you get to that right to electricity, or so-called. So it is a limitation, unfortunately. I'm not looking directly at all of those, the socio-economic side of it. It's really zoning in on the dispute between the municipalities. I will bring it in. Exactly, yeah, you would bring it in.
I think what the question relates to, and this is just for discussion purposes, is it's been proven you can live without electricity, but you can't live without water. Okay, so I think that probably has something to do with it. And remember, when the drafters of the Constitution, South Africa was way ahead of other countries in actually listing socioeconomic rights in our Bill of Rights. And the big thing with socioeconomic rights is it's dependent on the country's resources. So the question then arises, like education and healthcare, would the right to access electricity not then be regarded as a socioeconomic right? And because it's a socio-economic right, the government then would have the defense of saying affordability, ayikho imali. But then with the progression of the rights, they must have a plan in place to make sure that the enjoyment and the increase of the right is expanded upon. So I think that's probably going back. And sadly, I lived in that area, so this comes from, from that time. Thanks very much.
It's not much an answer, but more just a discussion to be had. The story about the progressive realization of the right. So if electricity was a socioeconomic right, then there would be this whole story about progressive realization, similar to the right to housing. And you would get that argument from the government that we don't have the money for it, and we cannot afford to provide electricity to every single household. So that's why it's quite interesting, again, that it isn't a socio-economic right, because that's why we're trying to pick in all of these different pieces of legislations. So, for instance, the Eskom Conversion Act is one of them, and it speaks about the developmental role of Eskom and how they must also achieve this, I think they call it sustainable energy to all, or something along those lines. But that's in the Eskom Conversion Act, which is a random act to be found from the 80s. So that's why it's very difficult to actually speak about electricity, because it isn't an entrenched right. So with Mr. Simangas, for instance, his research is on water. Water is a socio-economic right, so it's easy to say that, you know, the government has failed to achieve that one. So that's why it's quite difficult to start. So that's why a big part of my research is about the socioeconomic, well, unenumerated right to electricity. To get it going, you have to lay the foundation somewhere. And then the argument is that we're not just going to rely on the unenumerated right to electricity, we're going to rely on the municipality's obligation to supply basic services. So they owe a duty to citizens to provide electricity. So that's you have to sort of substantiate it more, and that's how I'm going about it.
So Reid, unfortunately I missed your presentation, but just a short kind of comment that I have something, I mean, you probably already considered it, but it could be useful also to look at the SDGs and how they kind of tie into the electricity issue, like building resilient infrastructure. And I would say it also ties into, you know, like poverty. I mean, it's something that definitely forms part of that. So it could be something interesting to substantiate your approach.
Again, something to consider as well. In starting with the research proposal, we have to get down to the sort of the nitty-gritty, and having to limit there's quite a lot of limitations in my research, because what I'm really trying to focus on is how the dispute, I'm sorry you missed it, is the dispute between Eskom and municipalities, where municipalities fail to pay Eskom for the electricity which Eskom supplies. We pay Eskom, we pay municipalities, but municipalities don't pay that money onto Eskom. So I'm looking at why that dispute continues, and you sort of have to filter through all of the different pieces of legislation, and what I've sort of resulted to now is municipalities and Eskom and NERSA, they must all comply with this one small section in the Electricity Regulation Act that says that NERSA must settle these disputes, and then the small runner is that in any way they deem fit, and what NERSA deems fit, who knows. But the SDGs, they'll have to take those into account too. You know, it's very, very vague, it's very ambiguous, and that's probably why they're indebted 78 billion rand. Probably more. That's as of a few weeks ago. But yeah, I will definitely take those into consideration.
Thank you. I have a question for you, Reid, as well. I'm not sure if you're able to answer it, but this is from like a concerned citizen's perspective. Electricity is so expensive nowadays. So I just want to understand, is that because the municipality is trying to pay off its debt? What is the reason for electricity being so expensive nowadays? Yeah.
So that's not to do with my research as well, but it's something we do at work as well. It's very interesting, electricity tariffs. So the unfortunate thing is that in South Africa currently, they calculate tariffs according to a tariff methodology. That tariff methodology was declared unlawful in 2022. The judgment was suspended to allow NERSA to develop a new methodology. I sat in it was a conference, a 3-day conference, when was it, last year, where they came up with these beautiful new rules to use as a methodology to calculate the price of electricity in South Africa. They got gentlemen from, professors from Mexico and Italy, and everybody was speaking about the best way to calculate electricity tariffs. That was supposed to be implemented by next year. That's also been thrown out the window. So at the moment, there's no lawful electricity tariff methodology in the country. If you wanted to, you could say, I don't want to pay my electricity anymore, and they couldn't really argue with you because they haven't calculated it in a valid way. So in terms of the Electricity Regulation Act, I think it's section 15, they say that municipalities must charge a fair and reasonable amount to recover their costs, and then a fair charge on top of that. So a fair charge is the runner. So what they're currently charging, nobody knows how they got to that amount. They're supposed to use as well, I can't remember the name of the papers that they must produce, but it's sort of looking at historically how much electricity costs, how much it costs for them to run, and then they must put that into their tariff calculation, which they're not doing. So I can't actually answer to you why it is, because they probably couldn't answer to you either. But that's how they calculate tariffs. There's supposed to be a new price hike soon. Sorry, I don't know. But yeah, electricity in the country is a very sad state of affairs. So if you can tackle one part, being this dispute resolution process, that'll be a huge sort of. Oh, but that's in everything. They always use that one.
Is it fair and reasonable for the municipality who's been neglecting, who hasn't paid, who hasn't kept up infrastructure, who's indebted?
So then, as well.
Is it fair and reasonable to the end user?
So as well, what's interesting is that municipalities have all of these license conditions. They need to have a ring-fenced electricity account. So all the money which we pay them for electricity, that needs to go into a separate account, and then they must take that, calculate how much they're entitled to in terms of this fair and reasonable charge, and they must send the remainder off back to Eskom to pay for the bulk supply. They don't have those accounts. And so what they're doing is they're taking all of the money which we pay them for electricity, and they're spending it on whatever else they feel like spending on, the new Mercedes, for instance. But that's the case, and that's where we are now. So, and the problem just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. I mean, there was a case last month or 2 months ago where the city of Johannesburg is now indebted to Eskom to the tune of 3 billion rand. Yeah, exactly. So that's the problem in Summerstrand. I mean, you know it all too well. That was aging infrastructure. Of course, it was caused by an act of God, they say, but it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have. It wouldn't have happened if they had continually maintained or repaired it as they're supposed to. Yeah, which is part of their license conditions. So again, it comes down to revoking the electricity licenses, but it can only go so far.
Okay, colleagues, I normally when when I was still a student, you'd buy something nice for yourself on a limited budget. Normally it's not very nice in the beginning, it doesn't matter what it is, and then towards the end, that's when you start to enjoy, whether it's a sweet or, so that's exactly what's happening here. I see the conversation is getting, a bit more and more, I don't know, we're engaging a bit more as compared to at the beginning. So on that note, I would just like to thank the three speakers for very three insightful presentations. I must make a disclaimer. One of them is my, anyway, I'm a co-supervisor. So I'm not biased. I'm not being biased. I really mean it. I really mean it. I think the presentations were quite insightful. So thank you very much. Electricity issue touches all of our lives, so we must link it to service delivery. Waste, same thing. We need to know how we can enable people in the townships to participate fully in this democratic process of waste management. And we need to take Mr. Msimanga's concerns into account when we come up with solutions, because, I mean, these are shared concerns, all of us as the citizenry. So we each have a role to play in ensuring that marginalized communities have a slice of the pie in this, in this thing called South Africa and the South African economy. So on that note, thank you for your attention, and give a big round of applause for yourselves. You've been very, I don't know, I enjoyed having you around, so please, thank you very much for your attention. I don't even know if this mic works, I keep speaking into it.